Alright then. Welcome back, everyone, to more Book of Hours. Yes, I had promised to stream yesterday, but something came in between, so now I am here today, as I will be tomorrow. So yes, 2 back-to-back streams, but before we jump in, I just noticed that I neglected to turn my Steam into offline mode before starting the stream. And I think to do that I have to quit out of the game first, so let me just do that real quick, forgive me. And good evening to you too, Moonwings. So, let me just go offline, there we go. Just to make sure we aren't interrupted by any Steam notifications and the like. But yes, I was, yes, but I do actually have some progress on that. So turns out you not only need to qualify for affiliate, you also need to complete the entire onboarding process, including the financial information, which I thus far was reluctant to give, which I have now done. So at the very least, the emotes are actually available to us now, which might actually be what I will devote the art stream on Wednesday to, creating some first emotes for us. I think the channel point stuff, hold on, let me check this. Yeah, the channel point site still isn't giving me anything, but at least we have access to the emotes already, so that's 5 standard emotes, available to all followers, I think. So that's cool. And yes, otherwise, we'll see. Oh god, but I forgot to change the stream description because the stream manager doesn't allow me to. Alright, for some reason the stream manager is still unavailable for Twitch. I don't know what's up with that. Hold on. There we go, that should take care of the category, right? Yes, and now we just need to quickly... Hold on. I'm too lazy to do the tags, but yeah, I'll at least change the title. There we go. Well, yes, but not necessarily our art, right? So... But yes, let's continue. Don't panic. If you think you've hit a dead end, try something else. There's always a way forward, although it may take you in a different direction than you had planned. Actually, let me take a look at how the house looks here. So we definitely see... So this is the first little cabin, then we have these battlements here with the gardens in the front. And then, obviously, we've unlocked this already. And then this part of the isle is still beyond our reach at this moment, as is, of course, the jail below. Welcome back, librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush House endures. Game loaded successfully. Right, and where were we? We have some lessons in serpents and venoms. Hold on, let me take a drink from my flask here. And a few other lessons as well, like Menascate Reflections and Pyroglyphics. Hold on. Pyroglyphics is level 2, so... To get that to level 3, we'd need a forge and a lantern memory. Okay. So... not the old wound. Hold on. I luckily already have my notes at the ready, so... Point Forge. We have Touch and Regret, as well as Foresight. Okay, so 𝐬𝐚𝐸𝐷𝐬𝐴, and the Fallen Cross. Okay. Right? Yes. Where are those books? 𝐒𝐚𝐸, Aside Supplications, A Shape in Smoke, Light in the Inkwell, Black Nephirite. 𝐬𝐚𝐸𝐷𝐬𝐴, there we go. And we'll read it with some of our Faust, why don't we? Right, forge the work accomplished. And then, right, what was the weather today? Rain. Soft rain brings life. 2 nectar, which might be interesting. Because we do have several nectar and grail unlockables. I guess, well, no, actually we have 1 of each. So if we were to find a grail or nectar special helper, we'd already get them to 6, and then we just need 4 more. I mean, 4 grail is pretty doable with the Ereb. 2 grail, and then we just need 2 more, which I guess 2 more grail from... Hold on. We do have a grail tool, don't we? We have the... where is it? The spice scales, and then for nectar, we could get 1 nectar from the health, and then 2 nectar from the bronze knife. So either way, we'd be 1 short, which we could then patch up with any kind of food with either 1 grail or 1 nectar, of which I think we have a fair few, right? Not making that up. Like, for example, the magnificent roast potatoes, though maybe it'd be a shame to give that one up. Hold on. We do have the slow gin. And we... Oh, I guess the slow gin would work for both. Or just the regular honey for nectar. Okay. Yeah, we've done 1 salon thus far, haven't we? And I would ideally want to do another one this season, since we can do 1 per season. But I guess for that we'd need to figure out who we'd want to invite and what exactly they might want to eat. Hold on, we did take a few... a few notes, like for example, Mr. Zachary Wakefield prefers winter food and drink, and Fraser Strathcoyne prefers scale food and drink. Fraser, scale food. There we go. Right. So, winter food and drink. Do we potentially have anything of that matter? So, winter. We do, of course, have, hold on. Yeah, winter food and drink, I think, is pretty difficult, actually. I think thus far the only thing we have is this baked pear mélange. Or meringue. Meringue. And I guess the milk, but that's not a course. Yeah, I think we're probably better off getting someone else. I mean, I guess I haven't tried that one yet. We do have the hen's egg, but I think we want to do something else with it. Let's actually... hold on. I want to invite some more of our former guests to also note down what they wanted to eat. And, you know, either we can choose to keep them here for the salon to begin with, or we can just, you know, get them for a consultation. So, to start off, I think I'd like to make some notes on... oh, we're still working on something here. Winter a conclusion, okay. Oh, and we're also still gathering? Okay. Have we... okay, we've started this, but hold on, I wanted to... regret the fallen cross. That's also something we want to start reading. The fallen cross, there we go. Here with some of our... why don't we use some of our bet here? Fallen cross, sky echoes. There we go. Then... okay, so... the table's still being used to read something at the moment. Let's actually... winter a conclusion. What was this? Operations of a certain finality. Subtitled The Hammer's Sundering. The work of an anonymous adept who violently despised the invisible Serapeum, the library of the Watchman's Tree in Alexandria. Was this written by the person who burned down the library? And then... I'm reading. The author outlines the means they had taken to sabotage the place and its collection, which increasingly seem more poetic than effective, to the point where the whole business may in fact be some kind of allegory. Okay. So maybe they did, or maybe they didn't burn it down. Or maybe it never burned down in this history. The author gloats that with the techniques of purification and calcination, they've transformed the library's stock of ℏ𝐸𝐴 to a seduction of black sapphire, which will ensure the texts therein contain only moon truths. Okay. But aren't those still truths? I don't know. And we gain what? Let me just put this, yeah, at the threshold of the house for now. Oh, memory in hindsight. That might be useful. Putrefacitions and calcinations. More lessons there. What's our level in putrefacitions and calcinations? Just level 1, so... yeah, let's actually use the hindsight memory right away. And... hold on, which cards can we use? Tryst and Whist. So let's use our Tryst and the hindsight. There's always more to learn. There we go. And then... right, the shelf is now available for our use, so... let's try and invite someone. I'm leaning towards Serena Blackwood. What did we need for her again? 3 forge from skills, memories, inks, or anything else. So let's provide some... oh, right, we can't. Hold on. Yeah, then let's use a different desk, actually. And let's plop down the Uzult here. And then let's use the ℍ𝐸𝐸8. Hold on this desk. Do we have... I mean, it's not really necessary, but we might do some bits of crafty circumvention. But... oh, actually, hold on. We can do, I think, this. With a ℍ𝐸𝐸8 and a writing case. Request Serena's presence. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Serena to Brankrock. Yes, let's do that. And then, right, we were looking for a potential unusual helper. So a soul card. I guess let's use some of our health and some money. Seek unusual help. There we go. Are there any beasts that need feeding? Oh yeah, right, the hungry green cockatoo. On numerous occasions, this wonderful bird has remained almost entirely inaudible. Okay, so this one's text doesn't change when it's hungry, apparently. So yeah, let's give him... oh, he doesn't want... what does he want? Okay, anything but... let's give him some honey, actually. Then we'll use... oh, I guess our core? Oh no, actually our Fost, I think. Feed the beastie. Satisfy this creature's appetite. There we go. What did... what the hell? Hey. Our collection here grows more bizarre by the day. But now, what was it I wanted to do with the egg? I think... oh... right, I think we wanted to make bread. So that would be flour and egg, I think. Are we out of flour? Oh, seems so. Or was it something we wanted to do with... I don't really remember what we wanted to... hold on. Okay, no, this doesn't do anything. Oh, was it maybe the batter? No. Oh, what recipe was the egg used for again? Ah, well, if we can't remember, might as well boil it, I guess. Boil an egg. A dish with heart, scale, sky, and winter. So... it actually gains sky and winter. Cool. Okay, that's one less item in our inventory to worry about. A massive collection of honey up here. I don't know, honestly. Or sky. Either, for that matter, why it has sky. Sure, it makes sense on some level. Probably. I don't know. Ah, come on. You can fit there. Yeah. There we go. And then... Right, operations of a certain finality that gave us hindsight. So, book, what was that? Operations of a certain finality. There we go. So let's add that one then to our collection of documented books here. Well, actually, right, these are some books we still haven't documented but already mastered. Actually, yeah, let me, since there's increasingly space down here now, let me actually add some of these down here. So we have a bit more space up there. There we go. And then, right. We're getting what we need for the, what was it? Hieroglyphics, right? And then beyond that, Menace Gate Reflections is currently at level 1, as is Serpents and Venoms, but let's actually start with Serpents and Venoms. So we need a scale memory, or I guess a moon memory. So we could go for Salt, we could go for Contradiction, for Fear. Let's go for Fear. So Edge and Scale from Black Nephrite. Moon the Cycle. Then let's speed this up. Alright. An invitation to Serena. Dear Dr. Blackwood. To the post office then, and let's send this off. Send an invitation to a visitor. Postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Serena incoming? Did Serena receive my invitation? Dr. Serena Blackwood, one-time librarian of Hush House, one-time librarian of the invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently... what exactly? Serena is close-mouthed, but I know that she has worked with the St. Roan Trust. So... she is... Forge, food and drink. Okay. Serena Blackwood. Forge, food. That should be a lot more doable. Also... okay, she doesn't have any... new language to teach us. Hold on, let me take stock of our pantry. How are we on forge food? Oh, we do have quite a bit. We have the magnificent roast potatoes, which is a side dish. The pickled mushrooms. No, wait, those aren't forge. What is? Ah, the... what? Huh? Okay, that was weird. The meringue is forge, as are the game chips, but that's also a side dish. The Yorkshire pudding, that's also a side dish. Is this is the first course, okay. So I think we just need Yeah, we have a first course, a side dish, a pudding. So we just need a main course in Forge. Which I think the ham and egg casserole was Forge. So yeah, let's go for that one. And then, of course, the question is, do we want to invite anyone else to our salon as well? I mean, it's a Viper, right? Anthony and Antonia. Where are they? Here. So, probably yes. Am I going to be satisfied with just... Question is, am I satisfied with just a two-person salon again, or do I want to try to invite a third person? Which would obviously make everything a lot more complicated. Do we have any... How much moon food do we have? Because... Probably not that much, right? Oh. Because we do have several visitors of whom I'm assuming they probably need, want moon food. Oh, right, the door pheasant. Completely forgot about that one. Pheasant, roast it or add butter if you intend to jug it. Okay. And then the plums, add bread and use a knife for plum croutons, or an egg and use mixing bowls for prune whip. Okay. Then this is a Lenten rose, not for cooking though. But yeah, hold on. Moon food. Probably not that much, right? Yeah, I don't even know if we have any moon food. Hold on. Okay, so the pickled mushrooms, that's moon. So that would be a first course or a side dish. The 𝐬𝐴𝐺𝐸, which is, you know, I guess, a drink? Has some moon. The pickled plichards also have moon. So that would be drink, first course, and side dish. And then... Ah. The pear meringue actually has some moons, I guess. All we're missing would be a moon. A moon main course as usual. Would this happen to have moon? No, of course not. The pears, do they? No. It's weird that I, like, have so few recipes for main courses, but I guess... Might also be worth trying to identify some of these vegetables. Putrefacitions and calcinations, level 2, there we go. Which one would that be? Is it one we've already made, or...? Hold on. What else are we doing? Right, we're trying to get someone from the Sweet Bones, hopefully. Alright, forge the work accomplished. That's memory foresight. And then this should be memory regret. Perfect. For the pyroglyphics. Give me one of the ingredients. Consider, I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. There we go. Taters, okay. I guess... hold on. So we do have slice them with... right. Roast them with or without dripping. So we've tried roasting them with dripping. We haven't roasted them without dripping yet, I think. Right, these are the magnificent roast potatoes. So we could certainly try that, and alternatively, what else do we have? I mean, we could try and combine the potatoes with some of the meats we have. We also have butter, which I guess... we could also try, like, with milk or something to make mash. I guess we'll find out. We certainly have enough potatoes to experiment. Because in that case, I think I'll actually try and host the salon with some of our moon associates, since we do have quite a few of those. We have Connie Lee, we have Yvette, and we have Peel. Hold on, did we note down what Peel was interested in? No, we haven't. Okay. But yeah, we could certainly try and invite Connie and Yvette, and I think... I would guess, at least, that both of them are interested in moon food. Since, you know, Fraser was interested in scale food, and we need scale to invite him. Serena was interested in forge food, and we need forge to invite her, so, yeah. So, to craft that, we'd need... what would be the easiest way? A vegetarian dish. Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, that narrows down the possibilities quite a bit. Passing by, musician. Ah, who? Look at that, look at that. A musician is entertaining the patrons of the Sweet Bones for pennies. Not very many pennies. He'd jump at a better paid opportunity. The traveling musician provides sky, rose, and nectar assistance. Talk to him before he leaves if you want to use his services. And use his services we do want. Want to use his services we do. Because he has nectar, which means we can get inside the wheel-filled spring. The pool here is filled with rusting and rotting wheels. Was this some attempt to block it? Or were the wheels thrown down the well above as offerings? In either case, it'll need to be cleaned out, and suitable offerings made to appease the powers to whom this place is holy. Okay. Moon the cycle, so that's fear, which we need for the Menascate reflections, and then this... right, a full belly makes a helpful friend. And then this... Boiled egg, neatly packaged nutrition, pale as a December dawn. Let me actually make a new section in my notes for food. So this is boiled egg. And it has... boiled egg. It has heart scale sky winter. Okay. Heart scale sky winter, and it is just from an egg. Okay, I guess that's maybe where maybe that's why it's winter, just because it's pale. I mean, yeah, I guess boiling it does make the egg pale, so I kind of see it. Okay, so let's put that up here, I guess. And then... okay. Just taters like so, with some of our core. So that would be... oh, that's also a way to get a winter main dish. Okay. And a no, wait. This probably isn't a main dish. It's just... probably a side dish. But not moon. Okay, so what could we add? We could add... this, but I don't think that creates anything. Nope. Then what else could we try and add? Nope. What other ingredients do we have? We have butter. We have... sugar? No, that doesn't really... yeah, but I mean, there is always, you know, an emphasis on paleness and similar with winter, so it kind of makes sense a little bit. What else could we add to potatoes? Nope. So dripping, obviously not. Jam, I don't really see that either. Honey? No. Yeah, hold on, let me flounder a bit more. I tried milk already, didn't I? Yeah, so that's not it. What else could you add to potatoes? No, of course not. No. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna figure it out myself. So yeah, you can go ahead and say it. Mushrooms. Okay. Huh. Not familiar with that. But yeah, we do still have some mushrooms. Mushroom and potato bake. Okay. A dish with sky, moon, nectar, grail. Okay. So that would be cooking. Nope. Huh? Can I not copy this text here? Guess not. Okay. Yeah, I'm just... In general, because I don't eat any mushrooms, I'm not very familiar with, mushroom recipes. But okay. And what else did this have? It does also have some... Well, yeah, mainly moon. Okay, so we do have everything we need for a moon salon. So yeah, let's actually go about... Yeah, I guess that's true. We really haven't done much with other vegetables as well yet. Hold on. So the visitor... I'll hire this one for a day. The musician... And then let's actually get to earning back some of our money. Hired. There we go. And then, first of all, the... Oh, wait, did I use the... Damn it, I'm pretty sure I accidentally used the knife in the crafting there, didn't I? Yeah. So that'll have to wait. So, okay, let's start off with the weather then. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Soft rain brings life. Alright, did Serena receive my invitation? One-time librarian of Hush House. Right. I think, okay, so in that case, I think I'm just going to offer her a consultation and then try and get Connie Lee and who was it? And Yvette as my visitors for the salon. Then I'd want some kind of moon ink like Catwink or whatever it was called, but I guess at the same time we can also easily get 3 moon from other sources, so... And I think Perhibiate is actually easier to make for us at the moment, since we just need the core, and then... what was it? The, this one. Weaving and not working. Right. Mushroom, meringue. No, I don't think so. So for meringue we need sugar and egg, right? Yeah, with an egg, a bowl, and a carrot you can make meringue. So yeah, we'd need to get more eggs from Tuppence and Clarence. But we don't necessarily need it because we have the baked pear meringue, which is also moon, so, you know. Then we have the Armagnon de Huis as a moon drink. And I guess, alternatively, the 𝐒𝐚𝐸. So we'd need a separate drink for everyone. So the 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸 is just one thing. Then we have a single glass of ℍ𝐸𝐸 there. And then we have some more. No, this is dandelion wine. This is domaine Raveline. Where's our ℍ𝐸𝐸? Certain we have more. I know there's some. No, wait. This was. What's this? This is 𝐶&H second flush asum. Though I guess technically the third piece of food doesn't actually need to be Moon, since that'll be what Timothy drinks, or I guess any other visitor. So yeah, hold on. Maybe we want to actually invite someone else to Hush House this time from the village. How would we do that? Because, was it the... Did we talk with them about the writing case, or how did it go again? I think that's how it works. So yeah, let's actually invite Mrs. Killer. And then, what can we add here? Oh. Huh? Then how do you invite her again? Hold on. This is the journal. Oh. Huh? That... Okay, so that is how it works, but for some reason... That's weird. For some reason it isn't, being shown here as a possibility of input. I guess because it's DLC, probably something that slipped through the cracks or something. Alright, consider, this skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. Hieroglyphics, one script that all the world must read, even the blind, and it is written in flames. Matters of fireworks and their kin. Lights, colors, infernal detonations. For Forge, which I do believe makes it our strongest Forge skill then. Right, this is 3... This is just 2, yeah, okay, so we've gotten significantly stronger in Forge. And now next up, the Serpents and Venoms. So we need this here, the Memory, Fear, our Health, and the Lesson. There's always more to learn. There we go, and then the next lesson the other lessons we can do tomorrow. Because our soul cards are slowly getting depleted. We need this health card to boost the Traveling Musician. Or I guess technically, hold on. We might not need it. Yeah, we can just get him a bottle of slow gin. Or I guess a glass. Or, wait, no, we can just, yeah, probably easier to just feed him some honey and then give him the health, because that should be enough, right? Because this is 6, then with the knife that'll be 8, with the honey that'll be 9, with the health that'll be 10, which is all we need. Okay. And yeah, the knife is still being used here, perhaps a bit needlessly, but oh well. Mrs. Killer is clearly excited, and remains courteous. Mr. Killer is courteous, and may be excited. As ever, it's difficult to tell. Oh, okay, so you invite both of them, that's cool. The Killers visiting. The Killers will attend the next salon in their Sunday best. The Killers are pleasant company, but not as erudite as some other visitors, and may be slightly less productive of lessons. This card will remain available until the Killers have attended a salon. Okay, cool. Then the writing case, obviously, and they've given me an amber pumpkin as a gift. A lovely golden gourd grown beside the soft sea. What was... I forget. I'm pretty sure Timothy also gave us a gift when we invited him, but I don't remember which it was. Okay, so we're making the ink there. What else can we do today? Right, we should probably talk... I mean, I guess we can do that during the night, talking to Serena Blackwood. Dr. Serena Blackwood, I should say. Though I wonder if her name is an alias, is that doctorate title legitimate? Probably. Or at least I have no reason to suspect she'd lie about that. Let's talk about the weather and take advantage of it while it lasts, exactly. Then the honey. Didn't we have like a stray bottle of honey somewhere here? Yeah, there we go. Offer something to eat. I can offer my assistants something to eat. This will increase their aspects. It's also just friendly. Also, hold on. I'm not actually too sure, but I think probably you can only give them something to eat or something to drink, right? Because they do give different texts for drinks and sustenance, but I think it's counted as the same category. Right? Because, yeah, exalted memory... Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess a librarianship doesn't necessarily mean you have a doctorate. I mean, we're a librarian of Hush House and we don't have a doctorate to my knowledge. But yeah, I mean, if you have such a decorated record, there's really no reason to assume... Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know that. Huh. Okay. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Because, okay. I mean, usually we do have some drinks that are really insane with their aspects. We do also have, slowly now, some food that has pretty decent aspects. So yeah, for example, which one of these things was extremely high in Grail again? Yeah, for example, the Ruby Rise Ruin and the Fudge together would be like a pretty insane combination. Or I guess the Sacrament Calicite together with the Fudge would be 9 Grail. And then if we had a Grail Unusual Follower, that would be 13 just by food, drink, and the guy alone. Then with the Ereb, that would be 15, and with a memory, that would be 17, and then with a tool, that would be 18. Dear Lord, okay. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really need it thus far, so, yeah, but I thought it would be the same since, you know, you can talk to them about the weather, but that already counts as a memory, right? See, we've talked to him with the weather, which has a separate text, but it tells us exalted memory, so we can't use another non-weather memory. But, oh well. This skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay. And then the others... Do I want to do any of these today still? Meniscate Reflections. I mean, we technically have what we need for it. And we would just need a Edge or Forge memory. Yeah, honestly, let's do that one today as well, since I don't think we'll do much else otherwise. Right. We need fear again, so black nephrite again. And we could use some of our fat for the task. Moon the cycle. Yeah. Yet, yeah, I assumed as much that some of the later rooms are probably gonna get pretty insane. But, okay. That makes me a lot more optimistic towards our ability to actually get there. Then, right, Dr. Serena Blackwood will probably consult her during the night. We're currently making ℏ𝐸 ink, with which we can then invite Connie, for example. Right. Mushroom and potato bake. Callers tried out a variation of this as a cucurbit prison fare. What? It was tasty, but allegedly also he was interested in the connection between the modulation of the taste of mushrooms and the suppression of the crowned growth. I mean, they do certainly seem related since, you know, the crowned growth also propagates via spores and, you know. Okay, so this is mushroom and potato bake, which was, well, okay, the name kind of speaks for itself. And this would be a dish with heart moon nectar scale. There we go. For some reason now the copying works. It's sometimes a bit inconsistent, I feel. There we go. And voila. Then next we use the... Right, we're also still working at the sweet bones. Hold on, ℍ𝐸. We can use that here. Yes. And then trying to not mess up anything, because some of these soul cards we definitely still need today, but not all of them. All right, 7 nectar. Then with the health, that's 8 nectar, and then all we'll need is the bronze knife. A long knife of age-darkened metal with a teak handle inlaid with bone. It could be a hunting knife, although it's certainly no older than the 19th century, and it's not clear why anyone might have chosen to make a hunting knife out of bronze in the 19th century. Probably because of the aspects therein. Hold on, I think my brain just short-circuited a bit, but that shouldn't deter us. Right. The ℏ𝐸, which binds to the one whose name is there written, a minor ink of power. So, if we want to make more of that, do we need... Oh no, this is already enough, so we can use any soul card we want to make a second bit. What can we put in here? I guess the Faust, which we won't need today. So yeah, craft some more ℏ𝐸, and then let's use the first one at a moon desk. Was this moon? No. This was moon though, okay. So, the tryst and Pearl and Tide, I guess, with the writing case, and of course the Radiate. Where did I? There we go. Request Connie's presence. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Connie to Brankrug. Yep, let's do that. And then... we're currently still working on the Black Nephrite, aren't we? Yes. That will give us what we need for this. Though, one thing I also want to try is identify some of these vegetables. Sack of vegetables, stew and waiting. So... oh no, this consumes them. Ah! Ah, okay, so that's how it works. Identify as onions. These are onions. Wonderful. Yes, have a nice dinner. Bon appetit. And leeks. These are leeks. Excellent. These are onions. Wonderful. This is a pumpkin. Marvelous. These are potatoes. Spectacular. This is a marrow. Promising. But yeah, no, I want onions because there were quite a few recipes that made mentions of onions, or I guess quite a few descriptions that made mention of onion recipes. Yeah, I guess, I guess we're an enlightened will worker, willing the identity of those vegetables into existence with our sheer, unfettered willpower. Now I just need to post it. Invitation to Connie for the attention of MCO Constance Lee. And yeah, let's post that. Although actually, let's hold off on posting it just yet. Because ideally... yeah, let's just wait on that until we've dealt with Dr. Serena Blackwood. Basket of onions, the prima materia of cooking. This may be where the cosmos is shaped like an onion. Oh, the cosmos is shaped like an ogre with layers. Fascinating. Right, the mushroom and potato bake. Where do I put that? Up here. Why don't I? Oh, right, this is in the way. Let me put this here, and this here. There we go. And then onions. Yeah, as the text suggests, quite a few recipes that take onions. Like for example, what was it? I think this may... yeah, or use with a knife and onions. Batter with a knife and onions. I guess... we want, we can still do that with our Erep, but we'd want to hold off on that a bit, because we still want to use the tool on, our musician friend here, the knife, I mean. So, yeah. Can I... right, we've made room here now for the pheasant. Plums, the plums. Oh god, where do I put those? Could I make room for them somewhere here? Should probably move this salt sign somewhere else, since we can't really use it here anyways. So... there we go. Then... oh, come on. Is that seriously? How big are these onions? Pretty big. Okay. And then the salt sign, let me put that somewhere up here. Beside one of these altars, since that's where we can make use of it primarily. Oh, these are shelves. I didn't know. Are these shelves as well? No, these aren't. Okay. Then... Collaborate health will work alongside each other. I'm ready to lend my limbs, right? The soul cards have a different assistance text. And I don't think we've read the health one yet. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. Oh, welcome, 𝐬𝐸𝐿. Thank you for following. I hope you enjoy your time here. We do also, by the way, have a Discord server for, you know, notifications for new broadcasts, artwork, however, whatever you might be into. Let me actually, yeah, hold on. Discord. There we go. No pressure, of course, just as a friendly PSA. But yeah, welcome in. I'm guessing then you found me via thingy, via Discord, right? So we know each other from the atelier. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Cool, cool. And then, oh god, have I taken... my brain feels really, quite beside itself today, but that shan't deter us. Where is Menascate Reflections? There we go. Without is purified, within is erased. And then we need the 𝐸𝐸 or the 𝐸𝐸𝐿. Let's use the 𝐸𝐸𝐿. And then the fear, right. So, 𝐸𝐸𝐿, I'm guessing you probably... Do you have previous experience with Book of Hours Occultist Simulator, or... I'm guessing nay, right? Oh, I'm noticing some new stuff at the Yule Tree. A mackerel. And what's this? Some rose pearls. Yeah, might be a bit confusing at first, but that also is very much by design for these games. They tend to traffic... I mean, there is a lot of lore, but what I kind of like about this setting is that you're not really meant to understand all of the lore. You can, if you know, really pay, like, close attention and cross-reference everything, but it traffics almost much more in emotion, which I think is a really interesting approach to world building. And then the mackerel... Oh, can I fit that here? Damn it. Hold on. Strategic relocation of assets. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Then... Right, we can use the 𝐸𝐸𝐿 to still... cook something, and then we have a fat left and metal left. I guess I can use the metal to... do we have anything to catalog? No, we don't. Okay, so I'm gonna use the metal to work at the sweet bones, and the fat, I think, to write that letter to... who was it? Right, Yvette. St. David's Hill, Exeter, for 3 moons, so we'll just need Pearl and Tide. Can we... Okay, no, we can't use this desk, but we can use this desk, can't we? Wait, what is Pearl and Tide? Yeah, we can use this desk. Because Prohibiate also has scale. Okay. So, voila. Proffer tool. The tools boosted their aspects appropriately. 10 nectar. So time to... Yeah, this game... this game is certainly complicated. So... Wheel-filled spring. We can unlock this room now. The pool here is filled with rusting and rotting wheels. Was this some attempt to block it? Or were the wheels thrown down the well above as offerings? In either case, it'll need to be cleared out, and suitable offerings made to appease the powers to whom this place is holy. And yeah, we have a follower, or I guess an assistant in this game, not a follower. Sufficiently strong in nectar, so we'll unlock that. Perhabiate. Some authorities claim it's difficult to lose a pot of perhabiate ink, but they haven't lived at Hush House. Ain't that the truth? Certainly a lot easier to lose stuff here than in most houses. Just by the sheer size of it. So, okay. The Vagabond's desk, writing case, perhabiate ink, pet, and pearl and tide. Request Yvette's presence. I have enough here to craft a letter inviting Yvette to Brankrug. And then... Right, we have the knife now, so let's use the batter with the onions and the knife and the ereb. Make onion rings. Oh, onion rings! Onion ring! A dish with edge, grail, heart, and nectar. Okay. Let me jot that down. Cooking here. Onion rings. No, not recordings, rings. There we go. A dish with edge, grail, heart, and nectar. Okay, everything is documented. I wonder if this is a main dish or a side dish, or a first course, but probably a side dish, right? Yeah, right. It's more of a snack. Menascate Reflections level 2, so... Well, not really that useful, since we have Edge from the Oral Contemplations, and Forge from the Pyroglyphics in higher amounts, but still good to upgrade our skills when we get the chance. Then... Hold on. The Memory Satisfaction, can we use that today for anything? No. Right? Because, yeah. Okay. Then we have 2 lessons for tomorrow. And now I just need to post it. Invitation to Yvette. Dear Dr. Southey. A lot of doctors, I'm just noticing. So yeah, we have the invitation to Connie, the invitation to Yvette, and now let's actually speak to Dr. Blackwood. It's always so very strange to be back. Thank you again for taking on the place. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty to offer consultation. That's still... I guess... Yeah, I guess she really isn't the last librarian before me, but Brian... Wait. I don't know. Yeah, so we still don't know where in the lineage of librarians she falls under. She definitely, obviously, was before us. Kind of, a lot of the text implies she was there before us, but then there was also some writing that confirmed that another was the 11th librarian before us. Wait, no. This is the 11th, alright, 12th, that's us. Okay. Right. Yeah, leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. Yes. So she's interested in Forge or in Lantern of the 3rd degree, so not very powerful. We have some books that might satisfy that. Like for example, no wait, this is Knock. Do we have any like Lantern or Forge 4 books here? Forge 6, Lantern 8, what's this? Moon 4, Forge 6 again. Hold on. In the Maliary, a lively account of the creation of each jewel at the world's beginning. My visitor is in search of revelations. The answers can be found in my collection. I can identify my visitor's interests and satisfy them with an appropriate book. Alternatively, if they know a language I'd like to learn, I can offer a payment. Untrustworthy visitors might occasionally abscond with a book. I didn't know that. I don't think we've gotten any untrustworthy visitors yet. So yeah, that's something to keep in mind. I guess I'll have to look out whenever we get a new visitor that they have the untrustworthy tag, because some of these books I would hate to lose. Okay. We're working at the Sweet Bones. We've used up all of our soul cards. We're unlocking the room down here. Okay, so really not much else to do today. As they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. The day is done indeed, it's almost dusk. Oh, hello, Eule. Welcome back. Yes. Actually, speaking of deep, actually, we've just unlocked our first room in, like, the cellar area, in the jail area. Sacred Spring. Oh, here we have the room description. The eye marked on the rocks here is not the watchman's eye that decorates the church above, but the eye that marks the temple of the wheel in dreams. The priests of the sun would tell you there was no sight before the rising of the sun, but those who've drunk from this spring will dream of another sun, one that swung lower in the sky, one that would speak with us, one that would accept friendly gifts of blood from us. What? Another sun, one that swung lower in the sky, one that would speak with us, one that would accept friendly gifts of blood from us. Is this the egg? Maybe? Oh, I've been well. But yeah, yesterday's stream I had to reschedule to today because... Oh yeah, there's the eye. Because, yeah, I spontaneously came along on an outing. We went to... What was it? A gothic shop quite a miles away because all the ones near us closed. So basically like a... To be a bit reductive, perhaps you could say it's like a mom and pop version of a Hot Topic. And yeah, I got some stuff from there, which I think I've posted in the Discord, yeah. I was hoping to find a code, but my standards there are pretty exacting, so I didn't find anything that like exactly fit my criteria. But I've picked up some new ties, a bag that I'll need to get like a holding strap for, and a moth pin. Because, you know, moth is definitely my favorite aspect in this game. Where do we have it? There we go. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he would release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. Yes, exactly. It's, I've ordered that coachman's coat, and I think they said it'll arrive in about 6 work days, and I am very excited. Because yeah, mostly when it comes to my more fancy clothes, basically all of them lean pretty hard into like Edwardian clothing styles, so that'll be... But I don't have a good coat to fit those clothes yet for the winter time, so... Right, onion rings, an American import that became popular in England these last few years, improbably via the pages of Vogue. What? Really? Is that true? Did Vogue popularize onion rings in England? That seems too specific of a weird factoid to not be true in, like, the real world, in our history as well. So I'm fascinated to learn what that might be about. Yeah, as I suspected, a side dish, generally eaten as a light snack, or alongside a main course. Where can we put that? Pretty big, isn't it? I guess here. And then, yeah, we're all out of stuff. Dusk, which means I don't think we can dream on the memory yet. Yeah, it's not time yet. But almost. Okay, Lantern, suitable reading. How enlightening. You've satisfied your visitor and earned a reward, but the more they learn, the harder they'll be to satisfy in the future. And yeah, we gain just an iron spin here, but that's fine. Certainly something I can live with. And then, yeah, for our next salon, we want to invite Yvette, Connie, and of course the killers. And then, right, the sacred spring. Here a pilgrim would bathe, make offerings, or drown, as they might prefer. Well, hopefully not the latter. That sounds like a nuisance to clean up. We can... Omens, soul, and remains. Memory, remains, and pigment. Fascinating. Okay. Because we do have some, like, animal bones here that I... well, actually, they don't really match the aspects of the sacred spring, and otherwise there's nothing here. Okay. But it does give us further access into the house. For example, the slithering fountain. After all these years, the fountain in this hall is blocked. That's not a surprise. A little more surprising is this. The blockage appears to be mostly snakes. A great many snakes. This, no doubt, is why we have seen so few rats. 14 edge, knock, or scale. Okay, okay. Room of rusts. The ceiling has collapsed. Rusting machinery pokes out here and there through the rubble. Okay, 11 forge, 11 scale. A bit more doable. I wonder what aspects might a Duna have? Probably heart and scale, I'm guessing. Just, I don't know why, just based on vibes. Maybe some Grail, but maybe some Forge? I would say Heart, Scale, Forge, and Nectar. That's just what I would say. Why? Purely based on vibes, nothing else. Okay, dusk. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon, so... We have but one memory left to dream on, so let's do that. Dream on a memory. Now that night has fallen, I can rest, and perhaps dream on the day's doings. Dreaming on a memory will preserve it past dawn, allowing us to keep it until the following day. a second feast. I mean, not yet. Almost. It's almost time. I think tomorrow we'll begin preparations. And then, what else do we want to do tomorrow? We want to learn these 2 lessons, which is purifications and calcinations. We'll need 2 moon and winter, and we'll need also 2 moon and 2 scales. So scale, we can get hindsight and fear, so the hissing key and black nephrite. And then for moon we also have a fair few stuff. Yeah, that's true. And I mean, 𝐬𝐸 does preserve, I'd say, so... what was that noise? I don't know, but... okay. We want... I guess we can start sending off those postages now. Post office. The postmistress keeps the gates to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brankrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. Yeah. 𝐬𝐸 does indeed make schöner. Wait. So, invitation to Connie. Send an invitation to a visitor. Stamp, envelope, send. And then, right after that, we'll do the invitation to Yvette. Connie incoming. Did Connie receive my invitation? MCO Constance Lee. Connie has risen swiftly in the Suppression Bureau to the exalted rank of Constable Oculate Minor. Don't get in her way. Oh, damn it, she prefers sky food and drink? Ugh. Okay. Well, I guess now we know, at least. And then... sky food. Okay, maybe... hold on. Yeah, probably, but... I don't know if we have a sky main dish, and mainly, obviously... I want to see... if we can't, since I want to get more than just one visitor from out of town. Yeah, we don't currently have a sky main dish. Or do we? No, we don't. Okay. Yeah, I don't actually know how our stock of sky food is. I don't know if we have any sky food, actually. We have some moon stuff, right? Because that's what we were hoping she was going to be, but sky food. We have the blue crown tea. And... the pheasant is sky. As is the veiled goddess Lapsang Suchong. Yeah, so I guess we could try making a pheasant roast. And then, what else do we have? Well, not much else. For once, we don't actually have... hold on, the boiled egg, which is a first course, is also sky, so we need a pudding and a side dish in sky. But I think what I'd rather do is actually... let me think. Because Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I want to see if Yvette has Moon as a food preference, and if she does, I'm gonna try and invite 𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 Yeah. We could, but, yeah, I think I want to try, before I try and invest into making... Well, there's obviously... Hold on, did I write down what Aaron Peel prefers as food? No, I didn't. I just wrote down that he teaches us VAC, which is already done. Damn it. Well, worst case scenario, we can always just get, you know, consult them with stuff. Yeah. Do we not need to do that? I was under the impression that you needed... Oh, really? Just one course? Including the drinks? Or do the drinks need to match? Ah, okay, you need to match the... Okay, interest in Sky 3. That's still... well... Well, hold on though. If we use the Veiled Goddess... the Blue Crown Tea as her drink, then we'd be at 2 Sky, and then with the pheasant, I guess, if we can find a pheasant dish that also has Sky. And wait, I guess also the boiled egg has Sky. Wait, so then we don't actually need to roast the pheasant. Let me actually... Hold on. So... the boiled egg and some of that Blue Crown tea. Do we have a glass of that already somewhere? No, I don't think so. So let me just put the pot here. Then this here. And then, come on. You fit here. Yeah, there we go. I knew it. And then, so that's drinks. So this is what's this? First course. Then we need a main course, ideally something with moon, like the mushroom and potato bake. And then we need a pudding, like the baked pear meringue. Yeah. So... then... I'm guessing because... Well, we still need to invite Yvette. Can we invite 2 people at the same time? Yeah, we can, right? This isn't a... Yeah, we'll have to get more egg for that. And also, I think... Hold on. Do we still have mushrooms? Yeah, I think we're out of mushrooms as well, so, yeah. And, mushrooms we probably can't gather in winter only. I mean, usually the time to gather mushrooms is autumn. Or maybe we can also use the pickled mushrooms for the meringue. Still not really comfortable with how you pronounce that. Really? Okay. But yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, then the main question would be how do I get, well, actually, yeah, let's go and invite Yvette Southey. Send an invitation to a visitor. Stamp, envelope, send. There we go. Oh, well. Yvette incoming. Did Yvette receive my invitations? So she's... Oh. Okay. Yvette will eat or drink anything. She doesn't like to make a fuss. Oh, goddammit. There we go. Yes, yes, the machines are ever encroaching, but they shall not sully this hallowed place with their presence much longer. Not if I can help it. But, okay, so she actually takes anything. So I guess I really don't need to worry then. I want to actually use my inventory to assort then. Well, no, actually, we can... Whether, like... Okay, yeah, a salon in the refectory. So let's actually put down some of the stuff we want here. Like, for example, a cup of blue crown tea, the boiled egg, which, I mean, I guess we only need one side dish, but it's still, like... Oh, and what do you have as side dish? A single boiled egg. For all 5 of us? Yes. Oh. But, I mean, I guess... So, main course, we have the ham and potato bake, we have... What else do we have? We have the vegetable stew, which I guess that's probably the cheapest option we can go for. Then... So that's side dish, main course... Oh wait, no, this is first course, right? First course. Okay, so we need a side dish. We could use the pickled mushrooms, or alternatively, what else? Preferably something that's not as expensive. Like, yeah, I think the game chips... Well... We might actually just, since if we really just need something, let's just actually roast some potatoes regularly. Yeah. As I've already said, I've now finally taken steps to, because what they really don't tell you is that for you to, obviously, you know, for stuff like donations and stuff, it makes sense that you need to complete the payout plan onboarding stuff from Twitch. Makes sense, but for some reason you also need to do that for the non-monetary related affiliate features like the channel points and the emotes, which they don't really tell you. So I was just wondering, okay, why is this not working yet? Because they weren't. When I go onto the emotes, went onto the emote stuff, it just told me, oh, we're still setting this up, have a little patience. So I just waited, and turns out it was never going to appear because I needed to complete that onboarding process. So now, I've, just before stream, I've put down all of my, financial information and tax numbers and stuff. That felt deeply uncomfortable, but disclosing all of that to a site like Twitch, or by extension Amazon. But, well, I guess those are the sacrifices we make, and we do now have access to the emotes at least. The channel point stuff... Yeah, I mean, again, it makes obviously sense to unlock stuff like donations and bits or whatever, but, you know, for the channel points and stuff, that doesn't really have much to do with the monetary stuff, but oh, whatever. Yeah, I guess. Maybe... Well, no, the royal we would still be... whatever. Okay, so... right, potatoes for a... Roasted potatoes, I think, would make for a good, first course, or I guess side dish, no. And then we need a pudding. So obviously the baked meringue. The orange jumble could also be a thing. Which of these I think was more expensive? I don't know. Well, this has more aspects, so... Wait, no, it doesn't. This has... What? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So yeah, I'm leaning towards the orange jumble. Did we have any other puddings? We also have the blackberry sponge cake. And I guess the fudge. Which... That's just 3 grail. All the bad things doing a good thing. Yeah, I think we're going to go with the fudge as our pudding, and I think that's then everything. Beside at least, of course, the drinks. We have, right, and for the first course, main dish, pudding, and then as a side dish, we'll just make regular roasted potatoes. And then as drinks, we'll have the Blue Crown and then some other stuff. Like, I guess maybe maybe some Isle water. I'm sure Mr. Killer would like that. And then what else do we have here? Some loose. Alright, we also wanted to get rid of that 𝐬𝐸𝐸𝐸 because yeah, it takes up a lot of space and it's just single use, so there we go. And it also means we'll have then more than enough moon here to satisfy Connie. Pour out Blue Crown Tea cup. Uh-huh. There we go. Yes, the money, but no, honestly, like, if I wanted to make money, these would probably be not the categories I'd be streaming. You'd catch me on, I don't know, Arc Raiders or something, whatever's big right now. But, yeah, I think, in my personal experience, passions and income don't mix all too well. But, you know, whatever. Okay, so daybreak. What's the weather? No. The world is pale today. The white is west of the world, and winter does not wait forever, Solomon Husher once said. Sky and winter. So nothing for here, but potentially, hold on. Winter for here, the shrouded space. So, hold on. I think, since even the most mundane things usually have some kind of occult aspect, it's probably every piece of water, but it might be different aspects depending on the location. Like in this case, the Isle water was heart, moon, and winter. I'm guessing winter would probably be regardless of where it is, because, you know, it's still water, i.e. silent water, and it's of course cold, so I think, you know, if it's still and cold enough, any glass of water probably has winter. The moon and the heart, that one might be Brankruk specific, but who knows? Maybe it isn't. Okay, right, the snow. I'm thinking we need 10 winter. This is 3 winter, then... with Mr. Killer, he has 2 winter already. With Whist, that would be... so, okay, with Snow that would be 5, with Whist that would be 7, we need 3 more. 3 more. So... I guess some more of that Blue Crown Tea would be 9. And then we just need 1 more. Do we have a winter tool? I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong. Winter tool. So this is Grail, this is Nectar and Forge. We've got a few Forge and Edge tools. Wait, what? Huh? Why does that flash when I hover over a tool? That's odd. Anyways. So, the Diode lenses, those are Sky and Lantern. That thing was just Nectar, right? Yep. That thing was Edge and I think Forge. No, both of them were Edge, right? Yep. Oh, come on, get back there. Oh, right. You're right. The knife, the bronze knife was winter, wasn't it? Oh, come on, let me... Seriously? Oh, okay. What do I... Can I maybe sort these like so? No, of course not. Can I put this down here, maybe? Oh, okay, so that works somehow. Okay. Strange. But yeah, that does have 1 winter. Okay, so that's everything we need then. So Mr. Killer will attend the salon today, but he'll also help us get into, not this place, the shrouded space. If the wards on this place were real, they would be heavy curtains of black velvet that stung the grazing hand. They aren't real in any meaningful sense of the word. I'll still need to dispose of them before I can enter safely. That turned the frogs into scholars. I don't like him putting influences in the water. I don't like him putting influences in the water that turn the friggin' frogs long. Long frogs, or frog names even. Terrifying to think about. But yeah, okay, so... I mean... you'd think that would somehow... intersect with our plans, recruiting Mr. Killer to clear the room, but I think technically, because of, you know, how this game works, we can have him clear the room at the same time as we have him eating in the salon. Which is kind of funny to think about, him just dashing over ever so quickly. Oh, sorry, I just need to finish, finish clearing this out. I'll be back for the next course. Speak with Mr. Killer. Mr. Killer likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Jumping Noodle, but yeah, is that from the song? I don't remember. poured out blue crown tea cup. Right, this one's from Mr. Killer, and then we'll just bake these hovering potatoes, which have been there for quite a while, into roast potatoes, a dish with edge, forge, heart, and winter. There we go. Can I just copy it like this into my recipe book? Yes. Marvelous. There we go. Let me... there we go. So yeah, roast potatoes, probably one of the cheapest actual courses we can make. Actually interesting, because doesn't this... Okay, no, it has slightly different aspects than the magnificent roast potatoes. Instead of winter, I guess it has __ale. But otherwise, they seem to be pretty much the same. I mean, frogs, do they shed their skin? I think yeah, because reptiles shed their skin and amphibians do too, right? Or maybe not all at once. I don't remember at the moment. Yeah, no, I think amphibians don't shed their skin all at once like reptiles do, so... I guess a frog succulent would be certainly something new. Okay, so we're recruiting Mr. Killer there, and then, yeah, we want to have the salon in during supper, and until then, we want to get some more money from the sweet bones. For once, we're not hiring a special assistant, so we'll not bleed as much currency. Then... Right, the lessons. We have Serpents and Venoms, which is currently level 2. We need 2 Scale or 2 Moon, or 1 Moon, you know, 2 of either Scale or Moon. So Black Nephrite will give us Fear once again. And then... what was it? The Old Moment with the Living Relic, the Fear and Hindsight with the Hissing Key. Okay, Hissing Key, where was that? I think it was Big HK. Here, the Hissing Key, okay. Let's read that here. With our FET. Scale secured. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Subject of frog succulents seems like it would cause a lot of academic infighting. I mean, maybe, but if you can present irrefutable evidence, well, I guess it would be difficult to present irrefutable evidence of frog succulents unless you could capture one alive. Which... would that be difficult? Because obviously succulents are very dangerous and strong, but, you know, a frog is still just a frog, so... if we consider the fact that we can evade regular succulents, human succulents, if we're cunning enough, we could probably capture a frog succulent if we're also somewhat cunning. I mean, I don't know if it's ever stated that only humans, are bound by the crime of the sky. I think it's all long and names. Dr. Yvette Southey, playwright, philologist, what's that, philology? I don't know. Psychoanalyst, as happy with questions as with answers. And she actually eats whatever we might give her, so that's very cool. and she speaks 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸 and 𝐬𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐿, both of which we've already learned, presumably from her. Okay, so now we just need to wait till noon, and then we can have our salon with Dr. Yvette Southly, MCO constantly, as well as the killers. So, both our biggest salon in terms of actual visitor cards, and definitely our biggest salon in terms of actual visitors, since, you know, these are 2 people, even though they just count as 1 visitor. I mean, I guess, but... Well, a frog would need to become a long or a name first to be, you know, subject to the crime of the sky, so, you know. It's like if you were eating a cheeseburger after joining the ranks of an immortal group that maintains their immortality via veganism. At that point, you know, you kind of get what you kind of get what you ask for. But okay. Assistance from Mr. Killer. Let's do it. So, Coffin Maker's Assistance. A tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand, very diffidently, at poetry. Make use of the Coffin Maker's help before dawn. So, first things first, we'll give him the knife. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. I don't think there's necessarily an intelligence requirement. You just need to perform the certain rites, which I guess you'd need to be intelligent for that. But technically, I don't know how it works, but I would guess that you can probably, you know, as long as the rites are performed, it doesn't necessarily need to be you performing the rites. I would guess at least. So a sufficiently powerful adept could probably try and make a frog ascend to Longhood, but I don't know, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, at least I don't think that any Longhood forbids you from eating cheese. Just, you know, the main thing is you can't ever sire offspring. So, yeah, in the world of Cultist Simulator, being gay is actually, and this is reiterated at several points, more meta than being straight, because you don't have to worry about creating offspring. Because if you are an immortal and you create offspring, you are overcome with the overwhelming urge to commit a bit of a Kronos, or if you get what I mean. And that then is the crime of the sky, and the punishment is being turned into a Sukoyant. Yeah, the woke hours. Memory satisfaction. Can we actually use that for any of our current lessons? No, we can't. Oh well. Well, yes, but it's a mental construct constructed by gods, so, you know, probably best to heed its warnings. Okay, so salt and contradiction would be sources of moon or serpents and venoms. Or I guess, no, wait, putrefacitions and calcinations. So contradiction from the Wainscot histories. Wainscot histories, there we go. With, some health, sure, why not? And then Wainscot histories, and then winter would be hindsight. I think we're already getting that at the moment. So I guess regret from the Fallen Cross. Fallen Cross, where is that book? Fallen Cross, there we go. So, which desk are we not using yet? That one over here. Solomon Husher's desk. There we go. And then Fallen Cross, and we'll use our... No, wait, we can't use our Fed here. Then I guess... what can we use here? Just the health and the wisp, so I guess the health. Sky Echoes. There we go. If the worms one, would the crime of the sky be abolished, or is it buried so deep it's roommates with the Carapace Cross? I think it would be, because if I remember correctly, the crime of the sky is upheld, or, you know, the Hours created the crime of the sky deliberately to limit the ability, to inhibit the ability of their immortal followers, their Long and their names, to reproduce naturally. So yeah, it's an actual deliberate means of control the Hours exert over their immortal followers. So yeah, I think if the worms managed to, you know, well, probably if the worms managed to devour the Mansus, there wouldn't be anyone left to commit the crime of the sky, I think. But, yeah, if the Hours ever changed their mind, or if, you know, there was a paradigm shift and new Hours gained power, the crime of the sky could actually be abolished, I think. At least as far as I understand it. Okay, so it's still dawn. We need to wait a bit more for noon, so let's speed things along. Obviously I should save most of my soul cards for the salon. But actually, yeah, hold on, I should probably restore one of my wisps with some Isle water, because we'll need one whist to collaborate with Mr. Killer, and then probably a second one for the salon. Yeah, I think it would mean that, you know, Long and names can already create children. It's just that currently, due to the crime of the sky, they're consumed by an overwhelming, irresistible urge to consume their children as soon as they're born. And with the crime of the sky abolished, that would no longer happen, meaning that, you know, Long and names would be able to produce offspring, which, you know, means that there could be, you know, people, or I guess beings born as names or born as Long, without ever having to go through the process of ascending from mortality. And which is something the Hours want to, you know, prohibit, because as it stands right now, they basically control, they basically have full control over who gets to ascend to the rank of Long or the rank of name. And, you know, with the crime of the sky abolished, their names and their Long could reproduce of their own accord, which, you know, could be dangerous for the Hours, as, you know, it would make them a lot more independent. The tools boosted their aspects appropriately. Alright, so that's 3, then with the weather, that would be 6. Talk to Mr. Killer. Mr. Killer, wry and spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Okay, that's going to be 6, then with the whist that'll be 8, and then with the blue crown tea that'll be 10. Blue crown tea, always served cold. More accurately to say, inevitably served cold. And then, are we still working at the sweet bones? Yes, we are, but let's speed this along. Right, an afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you see with the, yeah, I think actually it's not only, because that's also a thing with the crime of the sky abolished, because if I understand it correctly, the crime of the sky also applies to the hours themselves, so it's also a means of control not just for the names and for the long, but for the hours themselves even, because if it wasn't for the crime of the sky, the hours could probably also create offspring, creating, you know, new hours from like scratch uncontrollably. So yeah, it's kind of understandable why they maintain it, even if it is definitely a pretty cruel form of enforcement. Right, memory fear, memory hindsight. And what's this? Right, the roast potatoes. You really need rosemary for roast potatoes, but fortunately the kitchen garden at Hush House has never been short of rosemary. Okay. I guess. Though yeah, that's definitely true. You really need rosemary for roast potatoes. I'll not disagree with that. Okay, so we have... Right. We need one more glass of isle water for the killers. So yeah, let's pour out. And yeah, then I think we have everything settled for the salon. Now we just need to wait until noon. And then this, talk about the weather, right. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. And then... collaborate... Right, let's feed him the tea first. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. Yes, exalted tool, exalted memory, and I guess then exalted beverage and exalted food or sustenance are two different things. Right, and then memory regret and memory contradiction. So, for the serpents and venoms, we need the 2 scale thingies. So that would be hindsight and fear. Some things we can only really understand when they're gone, and fear, the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind, is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Lovecraft. And yeah, let's use our tryst here. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. And then for this we have regret and contradiction. Wonderful. Good question, actually. That's good. That's a good point. We do have... I mean, we mainly have Schloss Janning's bottles. So many Schloss Janning's bottles. Yeah, I guess diminishing our stock of those might be wise at some point as well, because yeah, each of these are 3 glasses, I think, because this is mostly full, and then there's mostly empty, and then there's, you know, full. So that's 9, that's 11, that's 11 glasses of Schloss Jannings sitting right here. That's true, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, actually, if we ever need to refresh ourselves again, let's actually do it with some Schloss Jannings. Okay, it's still morning, so we'll have to wait a bit longer for that salon, but almost the time is here. Down to the Grossans. Grossans? Who knows? A tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers, right? And it's, yeah, exalted beverage. Right, it's a different tag than exalted sustenance. But we could exalt him with the whist now, but I think I'd rather save that for the salon and then use this whist as soon... Well, actually, no, hold on. This whist is actually gonna be available in a few seconds, so let's actually do this. Collaborate whist. We'll watch for what lies ahead. Name, memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. One of the 9 parts of the human soul. So that's 10, and that'll be all we need. Wonderful. And ideally, what soul card would we use for this? I guess we don't really have a choice. We'd have to use our tryst, so I'll actually wait for that until after the salon, in case we need the tryst there. And then some of the soul cards we do have an overlap of. Let's use those in Sweet Bones. Okay, now midday is here, so time for our salon. A salon in the refectory. The room where once the Curia met, a fitting venue for a salon. Here one might serve lunch in the afternoon or supper in the evening. A good host will provide at least one first course, 1 main course, 1 side dish, and 1 pudding. So, the kill is MCO Constance Lee and Dr. Yvette Southey. My guests take their places for lunch. Keep an eye on the salon as it progresses. You'll need to add soul cards to encourage the conversation to flow. Different guests will need different soul cards. The more guests, the longer the salon will last. And I imagine if there was anything more in terms of food and drink we needed, it would tell us right now, right? So yeah, let's get this started. Lunch with 3 guests, but 5 people, ourselves included, even though I guess we can collaborate on whist over lunch with Mr. Killer. Consider this skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. Serpents and venoms. These are the mother's neglected children, and we prefer that they pass not through any door. Unless, of course, it's Anthony or Antonia. They can pass through any door in the house. If they want to, at least. And then, right, for the putrefaction and exaltations, we have everything we need, but we need to offer up our tryst or our whist, which we might need for the salon. So let's hold off on that for now. Now imagine giving a helper a whole bottle of wine and they chug it down in one go. You give them the mystical item and they then shove them stumbling into a room full of... Yeah, I mean, that's basically what we need, what we're doing, but... you know, in most cases, since, you know, a glass of a drink has the same aspects as the full bottle, it usually makes more sense to give them a glass. But, you know, then again, for some drinks, they are only servable in the glass. Okay. A formal meal. Lunch and supper last longer than less formal salons, allowing an extra interaction between your guests, plus time remaining. Cool. Serious discussions. Invite a challenge. add a metal card. Okay. Metal, will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. Serious discussions. Yvette has heard from Corzo of Mr. 𝐤𝐽𝐽's tendency to poetry. She asks him about his inspirations, and he shares them, albeit cautiously. She asks him about his dreams, and he glances around, then puts a finger to his lips. Not in the house, he says. Lessons, sights, and sensations. I think that's one we already have, right? Or maybe we don't. We have solutions and separations. We have... Yeah, I think that might be a new one. Watchman's paradoxes. Yeah, I think that's a new one. Also, let me write it down. It is really cool that, like, every combination of guests basically has their own unique flavor text, or like text that generates. And also, I guess then, I wonder, are the lessons this generates predetermined based on the interaction, or are they random? Who knows? My assistant and I will be prudent. Coffin maker's assistants, now 10 winter. Let's, well, maybe it would be polite to wait until after the salon to make use of his assistance. Even though technically, mechanically speaking, we wouldn't need to. Salon, what next? Oh no, wait, sights and sensations, that card, I do recognize that. Okay, no, we do already have that skill. A more sober tone, add a Faust card. Faust, sight, perception, inspiration, all the glories, gifts, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. Yeah, that's mainly my my plan, but even then I'm probably going to, you know, use glasses. Exalted debates. Connie questions Mrs. 𝐤𝐽𝐽 about stories of changelings in the remoter parts of the country, of the county. Mrs. 𝐤𝐽𝐽 insists that these are only stories, but admits she has been known to string windowsills with red thread and place rowan twigs beneath the cradle, just in case. Lesson Quenchings and Quellings. That one I know we already have. There it is. Quenchings and Quellings. Okay. And then what is this? I deserved a little quiet time. Our whist is restored. Our work here is done, so let's do some of this. There's not much work on offer in Brancroc, but I can find 6p worth of odd jobs. And the salon, how is it progressing? Conversation ebbs and flows, exalted debates. A more sober tone, another Faust card, okay. Yvette unexpectedly asks if she can paint Mrs. 𝐤𝐽𝐽. Mrs. 𝐤𝐽𝐽, no less surprisingly, agrees. Been a while, but asks Yvette detailed questions about her technique. Mrs. 𝐤𝐽𝐽, Mr. 𝐤𝐤𝐽, God, my mouth. Mr. 𝐤𝐽𝐽 pays close, albeit unobtrusive, attention. More sights and sensations, okay. Mansus tales. Yvette... Right. Ask about dreams. Add a Fete card. And this is... Connie and Yvette are discussing a patient of Yvette's who, it now appears, may have died before attending his first session. So... I had wondered, Yvette says slowly, why my rooms were always so cold afterwards. Connie is of the opinion that since the man is dead, no ethical considerations about confidentiality need apply. Yvette is not convinced. Lesson, rhyme and remembrance. That's a new one, I think. But, okay, so she saw the patient, and they are suspecting the patient of having actually been dead. Like, having died before she actually went to see him, even though, you know, he was still quote-unquote alive when she saw him, but, you know, dead in reality. Kind of like, well, she says, I had wondered why my rooms were always so cold afterwards. This may actually... Maybe this sounds like it's a reference to that one Lovecraft story about the air conditioner. Cool Air, was it called, right? Salon, what next? A lively meal concludes. Yvette... Right. My guests leave happy. You've gained an additional potent memory. Cool. A lively salon. You held a lively salon. This is a marker to remind you that you can't hold another salon until next season. Huh? Visitor embarking. This visitor is eager to be on their way and won't usually tarry for conversation. So... Huh. Then why is she still here? I don't know. But yeah, now that the salon is concluded, let's actually go into the shrouded space. If the wards on this place were real, they would be heavy curtains of black velvet that stung the grazing hand. They aren't real in any meaningful sense of the word. I'll still need to dispose of them before I can enter safely. No, we got the old wound we already had. We got the curious hunch. A sudden, unlikely certainty. It's an omen, and it's a 𝐬𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐬 evolve card, which... Wait, no, hold on. Wasn't an occult scrap also a 𝐬𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐬 evolve card? Pretty sure it was, right? Speaking of which, let's actually get ourselves one of those. But in any case, I don't think I want to start evolving my soul cards quite yet, since we are still making pretty regular use of them all every single day. And then once we've done this, we can make the lesson in putrefacitions and calcinations, and then afterwards, I guess, the... Hold on. What would I want to do next? I guess Rhyme and Remembrance? Although, no, probably more Sights and Sensations. Winter and Sky. That should be easy enough. Winter is from Hindsight, so let's just read the 𝐬𝐴𝐸𝐸𝐸 again. 𝐬𝐴𝐸𝐸𝐸, there we go. And we'll use, what can we use to, I guess some Ereb wouldn't be bad, so that we can make use of here. HK, the 𝐬𝐴𝐸𝐸𝐸. Scale secured. Yep, we are making definite progress. I'd say by now we're probably, at the very least halfway, maybe even 2/3 of the way through. Since these are like 10, 12, 13... 18, 20, and then, let's say probably like 20 more. Like, yeah, we have probably like 40 to 35 rooms left, which, yeah, I think that's like a third. But that's a very rough estimate. Oh no, wait, this was 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸 So we have 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸 omen, we have a 𝐤𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐬 omen, we have a 𝐬𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐫𝐬 omen. Hold on, I should probably... Curious hunch. A sudden, unlikely uncertainty. So... Salt, regret, revelation, sight, old moment. Curious hunch, which is... 4 points knock, 3 points lantern, 3 points moth. So 4 point knock, 3 points lantern, 3 points moth. And it's persistent. And it was 𝐤𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐬, evolve via 𝐤𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐬. And then the others, I think we've already noted down, right? The horizon sight. Pretty sure we... Ah yeah, okay. Yeah, that's true. So we should definitely take care of this quickly. First and foremost, the putrefaction of the carcinations, but luckily none of these skills are particularly high level. So it won't actually be that difficult for us to make use of all of these lessons, even if Numa were to roll around shortly. Oh, hello, Fernwich. That name, hold on. That name sounds familiar. Where do I recognize you from? Ah, that's it. Right, yeah, that's probably then. And have you been, yeah, you've been here before, right? A few weeks ago. Nice to see you here. We've just held a lively salon. The second salon we've hosted in the first lively one with a few of our honored guests. And now we're unlocking a new room here. And yes, we do indeed now have a Discord. Alright, as they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I. But I've earned my pay. Hold on, no, with the core, I guess, we can... Oh, is it night already? In that case... Yeah, we probably shouldn't work anymore. We should, however... Okay. New room. Night Gallery. In the 1850s, and in deep secrecy, Natalia Brulot built the Night Gallery into the foundations of the 𝐸𝐚𝐸 Tower. Behind this heavy steel door, the Curia, and later the Suppression Bureau, kept treasures too difficult for common view, but too relevant to consign to a deeper vault. If anything difficult might, hypothetically, have been inclined to creep up the stairs from below it, it would also have been discouraged by that door. That's, sounds a little bit ominous. Okay. And we have a wealth of paintings here, mainly. Our benefactor, evidently someone who donated to the Curia, but preferred to remain anonymous. leaves in the wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. Real. The first answer. A vast moth spirals towards a burning sun, alone in a star-speckled void. Hey, that's me. The boy prays. There's no sign of a boy in this distorted, menacing image, and no one seems to be praying. As above, so below. A frame page of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle. Our benefactress, also evidently someone who donated to the Curia, but also preferred to remain anonymous. Yes, we will make exceptions for certain types of robots, but certainly not those not those masquerading as humans and advertising unallowedly. Thomas de Wolf. The bust is carved from limestone. Ooh, I think we can date him, right? Not date him as in put him in the chronology of the Baron's Bankrupt, not as in go in. Not as in going out on a date with him, as in put him in the chronology of the owners of Bankrupt Isle. Anyways, the wheel still turns. A shining spoked wheel with a vaguely organic look turns beneath a full moon that holds her finger to her lips. Is the moon turning holding a finger to her lips, or the wheel? But yeah, the shining spoked wheel with a vaguely organic look, because I looked this up because it was interesting in the Ghoul playthrough, since the wheel is mentioned to have like ciliae convulsions, and ciliae are basically like those little almost like hairs on the outside of single-celled organisms that allow them to move around. Usually, there's different types of those, and ciliae are usually assorted in like all around the cells. So yeah, it basically looks like a spoked wheel, or like a sun with like rays coming out of it, with all the ciliae jutting out in different directions. So if I understand this correctly, it basically implies that the wheel is like a single-celled organism. Anyways, and yeah, it still turns in the House of the Moon. The first end. A single candle burns against darkness. Its flame is the crescent moon. The first end? Is that... Maybe that's referring to the intercalate, but probably not, right? Lethe, a dark and syrupy liquor favored in unnamed forest villages, right? Rose pearl, surprisingly common in these waters. And then here we have yet more paintings. Crocross sands at high tide, a gloomy study of the sea in gloomy weather. A bargain. A serpent laps at the blood that drips from a sewn closed mouth. Huh. What's a bargain? I don't know the implications of that one. Chuck. Valentine de Wolf's magnificent green cockatoo. Okay, and now we know his name. The painting is signed by Valentine himself. So I'm guessing Chuck is this guy here. The magnificent green cockatoo. On numerous occasions, this wonderful bird has remained almost entirely inaudible. I love that description. Sometimes it's almost quiet. And then here we have Thurza's cordials. Separately, each is undrinkable, but mix them, and they're only undrinkable after 15 minutes. That sounds... I don't know if I'd want to drink that, but okay. But it is a beverage, so... Arsenic. Okay. That I definitely wouldn't drink. A poison sometimes known as the Message of the Swan. And more of Gideon's Soaks, a therapeutic collection of beneficial bottles. And, of course, some honeysuckle scented candle. And then, what's this? The Nocturnary. The Nocturnary, constructed by Thurza for her own murky purposes, maintained by the Suppression Bureau for its murkier ones, and available now for mine. So we have Substance, we have Shadow, whatever that means. Skill, Soul, and Memory, of course. Okay. We can use Pigment, Omens, Soul, Wood. Liquid, Remains, Omens. Strange. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that noise. That's, yeah, I don't think this refers to party. Wait, hold on. Huh? It's Winter, Nectar, Grail, Moon, but down here is Nock, Moon, Winter. Well, I guess they probably... Maybe they changed it late in development? I don't know. We also have some Whispering Sand here, an Urn of Ashes, some poor soul who probably won't mind if they're repurposed for a worthy experiment. I probably wouldn't. Sure. Oh, and an uncatalogued curio book. Okay, but like... Why... An Urn of Ashes, but they're inside of a safe room. What's so special about that urn? Do I want to know? Probably not. Anyways, so if we wanted to go yet deeper, the Shadowed Stair. The shadow here is a sentinel. To enter it unprepared is to risk dissolution. I must bear a memory, like a torch in the dark. Oh, okay, now we have some... We need a strong memory for this. What are... So the Curious Hunch, of course, would be... Oh, okay. Yeah, the Cult Scrap isn't powerful enough. The Old Wound would be... Yeah, honestly, let's use the Old Wound. Yeah, maybe that's it, but then... If that's... That wouldn't really explain why... why it would be hidden here. Maybe Thurza was a... No, probably not, right? Shadowed Stair. Yeah, and the Old Wound we can always make more of that with the Edict's Marshal, right? And then this... Putrefacitions and Calcinations, level 3. Death, Altars, Snow Endures, Solomon Husher. For Winter, that's probably the highest we have in Winter now, right? Yeah, this is 3 Winter. Yeah, okay, so... We can get easily to 8 Winter now. I guess 9 Winter even with the knife. So that's good to know. And then these other lessons, probably something for tomorrow, right? I guess, well, I guess this one we can do today. Acquire Rhyme and Remembrance. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. Yeah, Thurza is probably gone by now. Well, not necessarily, right? She was pretty recent. She was the 7th librarian. Well, okay, that's not that recent, but considering one of these might also be Fraser, and he's probably older still. Well, who knows? But yeah, so the 2nd Baron Brancrack now, finally, Thomas de Wolf. Let me just check my notes to confirm that. Thomas de Wolf, yeah. Thomas, son of the disgraced... Huh. Abbot Thomas, that's a different one. But interesting. Actually, hold on. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brancroc, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Haefren. The dwarf line might have ended here if the Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with the dying Giles. Oh, but... well, we concretely know that these are all... you know, those Baron Brancrocs, and... really, so you'd have to be 2nd Baron Brancroc, right? And then I guess... hold on, what does the text say? Walter de Wolf, so the 3rd Baron Brancroc, this one was grandson of Thomas. So I guess Walter's father was passed up in succession, maybe he died young, and then the title of Baron fell to Thomas instead as 3rd Baron. I guess. Hold on, what does the thing here? A niche with a plaque, who saw what had not yet passed. Wasn't there... no, this is Brian Levinson, who painted all of these, like, famous historical paintings several decades before the original one was painted. Red Blue, it's a decent copy of a Picasso. Painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson, up to his tricks again. I do like how this setting is also like populated in many parts with like wacky and kooky weirdos. I definitely love those. Let's actually catalog this. Catalog a Curia period book. Well, actually, no, hold on, let's... even though it's probably needlessly cautious, let's use our metal, because why not? And then... I guess we'll dream on the satisfaction again. There we go. What was it we wanted this for again? Oh, right, the quenchings and quellings, right? Or the sights and sensations, I guess. Do we still have what we need for this? Theoretic... no, actually. We do have what we need for this, don't we? Yes, we do. Just barely. Another leaf on the tree of wisdom's rhyme and remembrance, to speak with the dead, to torment the living, to celebrate both. And then we don't have the soul card we would need for sights and sensations, right? Yes. But we do have something we can use for quenchings and quellings, namely our core. So, quenchings and quellings, where are you? There we go. Quenchings and quellings, hindsight. There's always more to learn. There we go. Yeah, weird painters and, like, other adepts. There was that one book in Cultist Simulator talking about that one guy who was, like, very gifted as an adept, as an occultist, but he just used his skills to do, like, zany nonsense, basically. Like, teaching, like summoning spirits from the Mansis to make them compete in egg racing tournaments, or teaching percussigans to juggle, stuff like that. Yes, I'm sure she did. The radical measure, glossed. The original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult properties, written in the 19th century by Dr. Arun Peel. Would you look at that? The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Lopoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. He put out the unofficial fan patch of Dr. Peel's work. So, what's this? Rose 12. Well, not yet. But maybe soon. Was this also 12? Yeah, okay. Can I fit this here? Ah, that's just barely, but we can fit it. Then this here. And then, yeah, I think for now we'll prioritize learning the lessons we already have, and then we'll get more bold with reading new books as soon as the new season rolls around, unless, of course, it's Numa. Then we also... Daybreak. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. There we go. Stare tenebrous. There were shadows here in the earth long before the foundations of the house were laid. They retreated before the Romans' burrowings. They quailed before the sun hymns of the brethren. They slunk away before the blades and pistols of the barons de Wolf. Over all those centuries they shrank, until at last, when the curia of the isle sunk this stare, they could recruit one as a watchdog. What? There were shadows here in the earth long before the foundations of the house were laid. They retreated before the Romans' burrowings. They quailed before the sun hymns of the brethren. They slunk away before the blades and pistols of the barons de Wolf. For all those centuries they shrank, until at last, when the curia of the isle sunk this stare, they could recruit one as a watchdog. Okay, but the shadow isn't here anymore since we've used the memory, I guess. The Velvet. An hour of secrecy, ignorance, privacy, shame. The Velvet has never encouraged insight, investigation, or worship. Even an image of her is unusual, and she's in chains, which... That's not usually how the Velvet is depicted. And we have nocturnal books here. Okay. Dream on a memory, right. Nocturnal books this far into the house. Unusual, especially since this is from the Curia period. But then again, I guess the Bureau did use the places under the house as a jail, so I guess it makes sense, yeah. But I think we maybe catalog these another day. Although, I don't know. Anyways, we now have access to the collapsed cellar. The roof has fallen in. We'll need to dig it out. Okay. And then otherwise, we also have access to this now. The broken bridge. The jail bridge still stands. Oh wait, no. Is this the jail? Not this. I guess. Okay. Never mind then. The jail bridge still stands, but charred and twisted. It groans dangerously in the wind. A fire then, but what fire does this? It's as if someone had trailed a match flame along a bridge of wax. On the far side, the gate stands wide. When the bridge is repaired, I can enter the jail. Oh, hello, Borubaradmira. Welcome in. Nice to see some visitors on the YouTube side as well. No, it's... hold on. I think the bridge is made of metal. Yeah, it's metal or stone melted like wax. Yeah, but yeah, no, it's a metal bridge. So yeah, a metal bridge melted as if though it were wax that someone set on fire. So yeah, okay, definitely not an ordinary fire, but now we finally know this is probably the fire that led to the house being abandoned. But it's interesting that the house itself is actually entirely unaffected by the fire. Or, I mean, I guess there were like minor signs of a fire somewhere here, but that seems to have been something different. And only the jail. I mean, the conclusion is obvious. There was probably a jailbreak here. Oh, only 9 forge, edge, or knock. That's certainly doable. Yeah, that's kind of my thinking. Because, yeah, hold on. Because, yeah, his text says, in the ruins I burn, in the desert I walk, flesh is ash or something, metal is wax. Enter me and be no longer. So, yeah, this might actually genuinely have been Crucible, or possibly some kind of other forge name. Flesh is smoke, yeah. Flesh is smoke, metal is wax, and here we have a metal bridge deformed like wax. So that definitely is not a coincidental choice of words, I'll say. But yeah, we don't actually need that much. Oh, and a gale. 3 sky, 3 heart. Trees bend, walls creak, travelers bend low against the blast. Sky and heart. Okay, so it won't help us here, but it might help us here with the collapsed cellar. Or alternatively, well, no, actually just with the collapsed cellar. But okay, Mrs. Killer probably not the right person to recruit for this. In winter, hold on, what was like the regular hireling at the Sweet Bones again? A fisherman. Sky and moon, okay, no. But we might get like a heart, special follower, a special assistant, I mean. And that one would probably be able to... So... The Gale, so with the core that's 6 already, with the Gale that's 9, and then we just need 2 more from the kitchenware, and then cake time. I guess, well, I guess no, the ham or preferably something, yeah, a glass of Schloss Jannings would do the trick. Actually, here we see the finding out that soon follows the fuck around stage. A less than experienced adept, unable to control a thing older than most men and hotter than any furnace. The Mance's spirit devours the unsuspecting adept who has no chance of escaping. Quenchings and quellings, level 2. Arts which quench fires and bring solace to the troubled mind. A true adept is never troubled by fire, nor by fever, nor by restless spirit. Ambrose Westcott. Okay, so... yeah, I think I'm gonna go fish for some unusual helpers at the Sweet Bones. I mean, we have the entire date in terms of time, so really we can try a few times to get a heart assistant. Although alternatively, if we find the mechanic again, that would be a very easy way to get to the broken bridge. I guess we'll see. In the meantime, we have sights and sensations to winter or sky. So it's currently sights and sensations are level 1, so we just need a winter point winter, like hindsight. So let's read the hissing key again. Yeah. What was... Yeah, King Crucible, if he escapes, he does eat one of your followers or you, right? Or I guess... Right, in Cultist Simulator, if a summoning escapes, it actually... It can take any mortal, including, funnily enough, hunters, so you might actually get really lucky where a summoning escapes and starts to devour someone, but turns out it's actually a hunter or a rival. But, you know, it's completely random, so statistically probably more one of your followers. Right, the hissing key, and I'll read it with Fett. And then I can already start getting some more sky and so solace would be notes on bindings. Okay, notes on bindings. Where's that one? There we go. Notes on bindings. Gideon the Wolf, 5th Baron Brankrug, discusses techniques shared between medical suturing, tailoring, and, carefully, elusively, the binding of restless spirits. Here we can use our health card, right? Yes. Notes on bindings, that'll get us solace, and then a cheerful ditty from the Instruments of the Heart. Instruments of the Heart, there we go. With, I guess, some more Faust, sure. Or no, actually, let's use our Shapt, since we rarely use that for anything else. Instruments of the Heart, right? Yes. Heart Unceasing. There we go. And then anything else we want to do today? Probably not really. Let's speed this along. Although, we could probably read at least one new book today, since we will be getting rid of all of our lessons we currently have. So yeah, let's look at some of these low-level... Like this is low-level moon. What's our highest moon again? Is it this, or was it Sickle and Eclipse? I guess we have 4 moon from this, and then the Tryst gives us 1 more, then the thingy gives us 1 more, the lunar globe gives us 1 more, and then the memory would give us the final piece. So we need a 2 moon memory, like intuition, from the Fire Circle Tantra. Perfect. So yeah, let's read the Fire Circle Tantra first, and then we can use the memory we get from that to read, what was it? Not the White Brook of Brittany, it was this, Malachite Supplications. Prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. I wonder what aspects... if played on a piano, it would sound like someone's face rolling on the keys. Moth, I think. Moth would sound like someone's face rolling on the keys. And where's the Fire Circle Tantra? There we go. What desk do we want to use? This one, I guess. Come on. There we go. Desk. Pale. What to use? What to use? Can we use this? No, we can't. Can we use this? No, we can't. We can use the waste, but let's go for health. Where's the fire? There we go. Fire circle tantra. Moth consequence. Are we currently working? Alright, we're hiring at the Sweet Bones. Then... okay. A bunch of memories. Oh, look at that! A consulting engineer! A consulting engineer has stopped by the Sweet Bones on the way home. The consulting engineer provides forge, sky, and lantern assistance. Talk to her before she leaves if you want to use her services. And, as we know, she takes forge. So, she takes fuel, I mean, which is almost always pretty heavy in forge aspect. Like the kerosene here, for example. So, if we just need 9 forge, what's the easiest way to get there? She's already 4 forge. Plus the metal, that's 6. Plus tool, that'll be 7, and then we just need 2 more forge. What's the cheapest way to get to 2 more forge? I guess probably with the paraffin. Because everything else would involve some consumables, and I think we don't really have... I mean, we have the Dawnline coffee, but I think I'd rather use the paraffin than the Dawnline coffee, right? And also the Dawnline coffee. I'm gonna guess the Honey Scar Jasmine tea. Yeah, wait a second. We can get as much Honey Scar Jasmine tea as we want, because we can just harvest Honey Scar Jasmine, but at the same time, I don't really know what else we would use the paraffin on, if not for the engineer. So, yeah, let's actually go with the paraffin, not the tea. So yeah, we'll hire her, and actually, because it'll be very easy to get her to 9 forge, we'll actually try and, oh, hold on. We need to... hold on, a half crown, that's 2.5 shillings. 2.5 shillings, obviously. God damn the shilling. So that'll give us a 6p, and then we need 1 more 6p to hire another unusual person. So let's actually start working at Sweet Bones with our Foss. And then we can look for another unusual visitor. Right, Memory Hindsight. Memory Solace. Cheerful Ditty. Okay. First things first. I guess the Cheerful Ditty. Sights and sensations. There we go. Cheerful Ditty with our whist card here. There's always more to learn, and then afterwards we'll use Solace and Hindsight to get it even further. Perfect. Yeah, the trauma is an amazing teacher. I actually know how the goddamn British currency system works now, even though I kind of wish I didn't. Hired. A consulting engineer can find plenty of work in the mines and towns of the region, but Hush House represents an unusual and interesting challenge. So, first things first would be a tool. I think the highest we have is 1 forge tool, but then we have a lot of 1 forge tools. For example, where do we have it here? The square. The Mason's Pride. So that'll be 5, then with the metal that'll be 7, and with the paraffin that'll be 9, which is all we need. And the that should probably go into the pantry. This is a drink. Quite unusual one, but, you know, a drink nonetheless. We're currently working at the 𝐒𝐚𝐯𝐿𝐴, and then we'll try and hire someone new. Because maybe we can unlock 2 rooms today. This skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. Sights and sensations. To mix the rarest colors, a merciless detachment is required. Surprised this isn't Lantern then, since, as we all know, mercy, the Watchman teaches us, can be found only in shadow. So Solace and Hindsight. And a bit of a Faust. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Wonderful. And then here from the Fire Circle Tantra we have Intuition. You just know, you know? No. Or yes, whatever. So this desk was Moon, right? No, Eva's desk was Moon, yes. So Trist, Intuition, where is it? Sickle and Eclipse, and Labithic Tincture, but that's not what we want. Oh, we can also use Sickle and Eclipse to craft Catwink. Good to know. I should probably write that down. Hold on. Because thus far we only knew of... hold on. Crafting Heart Moon. There, Catwink. With the Inks of Containment, but we can also use Sickle and Eclipse. Yeah, that's what the fuck did I write down here? Sickle and Eclipse. Okay, so that skill as well. What is my... Let me perform the rituals of self-maintenance. How long have we been going on? 3 hours. Okay. I think we can continue for a little while longer still. But not too long. I'm trying to pace myself a bit with these streams. But we will, I think, continue until spring finds us. Okay. So, the desk Eva. A magnificent 18th century secretary desk commissioned for Lady Eva de Wolf. Oh god, something's wrong with my headset. Last of the Brancroc de Wolves. So, the Lunar Globe, the Trist, the Intuition, the book, of course, and then Sickle and Eclipse. Where are you? There we go. Moon, a culmination. I can master this. I can master this mystery. Enough moon to match mystery moon. Okay, hold on. I really need to get a new headset, but I actually got one not too long ago, but unfortunately that one is USB only, and I kind of need one with, you know, an old school style of, you know, headphone jack, because I plug my headphones into my microphone so I can hear my own, a bit of my own voice while I speak. Which I prefer to do during these streams so that I have a bit of an overview of what I sound like in any given moment. Right. So next things would be the metal. Collaborate metal. Inspiration and determination. Boosts forge and edge. And then we only need the paraffin. And what's our work doing at 𝐒𝐚𝐯𝐿𝐴? Almost concluded. Okay. because now we can search out our feelers, because yeah, Florin is all we need to pay another unusual helper. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through? Hopefully someone strong in heart. And then we do have quite a few soul cards left today. I might actually... No, we really have enough blue crown for a while. I shouldn't gather any more of that. What else can I gather in winter? I think not much. Is there anything that can be... See blessed pairs and summer and autumn? No. That's true, that's true. Good point. Because, yeah, Tuppence also needs eating. But then again, we have 2 followers today, so we don't have much time to spend with our beasties, since our talk verb's gonna be pretty busy. Sights and Sensations, level 3. 4 Sky, 3 Winter. I think that's our best Sky card now. Yeah, seems so, right? Oh no, wait, Putrefacitions and Calcination, Exaltations is higher, but still pretty good to have. Oh god, I've already forgotten where it was. Oh, it's probably still up in here, right? Yeah. And 3 Winter, well, that's not anything to write home about, but hold on, can we maybe, since we've upgraded quite a few things, can we maybe get some more soul from the Tree of Wisdoms? Oh, the game froze. Okay, now I'm hearing this. Okay, there we go. The Rising While. Huh? The Oracle of the Rising While seems to deliver true prophecies. Is it wise to heed them? I think this is just because I clicked on this, right? Yeah, okay. And then, I still don't really... Huh, okay. Didn't you say Weather Factory is going to add even more aspects to traveling at night? Or did I hear that from somewhere else? I mean, personally, I really prefer the just the OG aspects. They have they're pretty concise, and I would say like pretty much everything fits into them. But I mean, I would like it if there was some kind of, you know, clear hierarchy that, you know, established that, you know, some of these are like minor aspects and some are major aspects. I don't know. But yeah, hold on, we can put insects and nectars here, for example, for another pet, which, not really. We can... Okay, I should probably put this... So many skills. Okay, nothing here. Nothing's biting here either. Here, nope. Here, probably nothing, yeah. I think I saw... Okay, do you mean... I don't think... Wait, I don't think I follow. Okay, we can't commit anything here. Can we commit anything here? It's kind of... Now the problem... Ah! Hieroglyphics to Ithistry. That would get us another Whist, which... Yeah, that would not be... That would be pretty useful. We only have 2 of them at the moment. That might actually be pretty useful. What else can we commit this to? illumination or ithistry. Okay, so illumination is not an option. So yeah, let's go with ithistry to get a third whist finally. A red blossom. Stories written in fire end all the sooner, but are remembered all the longer. The ithistry wisdom teaches us the certainty of change. And we gain a new whist. Name memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know souls of whist and nothing else. No, books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist and nothing else. Aspects outside, so the new... well, yes. Yeah, of course, there are new aspects here in Book of Hours. 5, I think, in total, right? Scale, Nectar, Moon, Sky, the Rose. Was there a sixth one? No, I don't think so. Those are the 5 new ones. So yeah, I don't know if they're going to add even more new ones for traveling at night, but I do, if they do, I hope they kind of... Oh, the Friar's Tapestry. What happened up at Gladwing Lake? Forget the matter. Determined that this is no longer relevant. Concludes. Ask Aaron. Ask Connie. Ask Stanislav. Okay. Interesting. So is this a way to advance what happens in those? Here we can only have... Right, because if we add some kind of memory here... Yeah, that doesn't do anything. We need to add Connie here. And then in this case we have a choice between 3 different people. Or we can conclude it, which we can't do with the Rising While. Strange. But yeah, I mean here only the original aspects are present and the Tree of Wisdoms. The new ones are absent. Then, hold on. Is there anything... I think that's all we can commit for now, right? Because... Quellings and quenchings, no, that's too low a level. Well, what about the thing we just... sights and sensations, we can put that hushery. Yeah, we could put that here, as well as serpents and venoms, actually. Hold on. So... Serpents and Venoms, that's Hushery and Scolioscopy. So Scolioscopy is too far advanced, and this is Hushery and Nyctodromy. So... Oh yeah, right, we could put Insects and Nectars here for a fet. We could put Sights and Sensations here also for a fet. Okay. At end, the artist knows that every work could be improved. The artist understands perfect work exists nowhere. To go nowhere, to go below the world, is not an easy journey. But there the artist could achieve their utmost. Nyctodromy is the way to perfection. Huh. I mean, I guess that checks out, because didn't we descend into nowhere for the ending of the Ghoul, where he painted the palest painting? So I guess that was Nyctodromy then. The end. The artist knows that every work could be improved. The artist understands perfect work can never be completed. Perfection exists only as absence. Hushery understands this. And Serpents and Venoms, if we put this here, this gives us a Tryst, which we only have 2 of thus far. The last sun. In the dawn times the sun was lower, so we gave it our blood. From our blood it knew us, and so it was kinder. Its serpents brought us its poison to drink, and so we died. But we only died a little, and so we dreamed, and returned the next day to give it our blood again. Those times of peace persist in the lessons of Hush ℍ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝐬. In the dawn times the sun was lower, and so... Is this... I don't know, are they talking about the egg? Or who are they... Because this doesn't sound like the sun divided at all. Ah... I finished doing the stream to plan some rooms and take notes for an upcoming dungeon my party will face. Now I shall sustain myself by cooking up some food instead of ideas. Yeah, I see you soon, hopefully, tomorrow, or if not then on Wednesday, where we'll probably start working on some emotes, actually, since we've unlocked that now. But yeah, do tell what becomes of your plans, however nefarious they may be for your party. Always love to hear of the exploits of fellow dungeon masters. Okay, so Whist or Tryst? Actually, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Tryst. We don't use it that often, but we only have 2 of them as well. So, yeah. Let's go with that. And then here we could gain a 4th fet, which I guess then we could also we could start finally combining some of our soul cards. So this is Sights and Sensations, Hush ℍ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝐬 or 𝐤𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐬. Hush ℍ𝕠𝕦𝕤𝐬𝐬 isn't an option. At Insects and Nectars, Bosk is also not an option. Okay. Sights and Sensations, Insects and Nectars. So both of those could get us fet. Do we have any other level 3 skills that are still not committed? No, we don't. Okay. Yeah, I'll wait for now. Maybe we'll get a 4th fet. Maybe not. Maybe we don't need to decide just yet. And that rhymes. Yeah, I guess we should probably invite someone to talk with them about the incident of the past. But in the meanwhile, I have some other stuff to take care of. Mainly seeking unusual help here. Right, that's 7, and then finally the paraffin. Fueling their efforts. I can offer my assistant fuel for light, or for heat. This will increase their aspects. They'll keep any fuel that might be left over. 9 forge, all we need to get to the jail at last. And then hopefully we can also recruit some kind of heart follower today. And get, you know, the thingy through that way. Into, what was it? Either the collapsed cellar, or I think this was also... No. Okay, so the collapsed cellar. Oh. Hello, Shadow. Yeah, we're doing well. We've gotten quite a few, quite a bit further into, the house, and we're also advancing quite nicely on the Tree of Wisdoms. We've just held our first lively salon, the second one in total, but the first one with 3 guests. So that was nice. Yeah, and now we're getting into the broken bridge, finally to the jail, and then maybe if we're lucky we'll also find someone to get us into the collapsed cellar today. But that one will have to rush a bit. It's kind of dependent on luck. Each flame has its fuel. This has improved their aspects appropriately. Okay, so the consulting engineer... You can go here, to the broken bridge. The jail bridge still stands, but charred and twisted. It groans dangerously in the wind. A fire, then, but what fire does this? It's as if someone had trailed a match flame along a bridge of wax. On the far side, the gate stands wide. When the bridge is repaired, I can enter the jail. Horizon Sight. No, not yet. Oh god, that was with the Uzult, right? No, I haven't done that yet. Hold on, where was the... That was here. The Uzult and, with our Serpent Skin journal, right? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, right, I think I misremembered. I got that from talking with the Stimpling. Yeah, the silvery little villain. Which, they do look like axolotls, but I think they're more lizard-like, less amphibian. Yeah, and we've gotten the Curious Hunch from the Salon, the Earth Sign, of course, from one of our other pets, and then, you know, the Occult Scrap, of course, from... what's it? The newspaper. Yeah. It definitely very goblin core, this creature. So a creature after my own heart, no doubt. Okay, are we... Weren't we... Hold on. Yeah, okay, we are currently reading... What's this? Malachite Supplications. Prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sistode of the Triple Knot. We've almost gotten that. There we go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait until it's done until I read the rest of it. And otherwise, what else can we do today? Oh yeah, we can identify some more of these vegetables. That's always something. With, pet, I'd say. Identify as marrow, why not? This is marrow. Promising. Do we have any unopened boxes by any chance? I don't think so. Okay. We've gotten an old scar. I guess I could get another one, but I'm gonna wait until the new season is there. But yeah, we've gotten an old scar, and I think not much else yet. I don't think we've done a moon recipe with the Edicts Martial yet. I guess that's also something we could try. Maybe today? So, for apprentice level moon recipe, we'd need... Oh, we technically have everything we need if we use the lunar globe. But, we need to find a fitting... Yeah, the Vagabond's desk is... it doesn't take... It wouldn't take the Tryst, so... we'll need to wait until Eva's desk is usable again, or I guess we could use another workstation that maybe takes moon, but I don't actually know which workstations do in fact take moon. Let me see. But yeah, we'd need a workstation that takes a tool, which I think for the most part only desks take tools, so yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Wasn't the desk up here also a moon desk? No, but hold on. No, okay, so that's not an option. Is this an option? No, this doesn't take tools. I mainly ask because I have been doing a new playthrough of my own, and that was my focus skill. Yeah, Eva's desk is currently just occupied for a few more seconds, but I guess we can wait that long. This is a marrow, promising. Golden marrow. In Brankrak, they take marrows seriously. This is accounted a beauty among its kind. Okay. Then, actually, is there anything new at the Yule tree? No, doesn't seem like it. Takes tools, didn't the... Ah, okay. Yeah, I guess makes sense with Edge, since the Lionsmith is, you know, the revolutionary, or I guess the patron god of the revolutionaries. Oh, an unusual pilgrimage, an unusual sun. On an unusual pilgrimage, an unusual nun. God, I can't read. Nuns don't usually travel alone. This one does. The sister of the triple knot. Ooh, okay. Provides knock, moon, and grail assistance. Talk to her before she leaves, if you want to use her services. Okay. Now I need to think. Do we still have theoretically enough time to get... So, we need... If we have a 4-heart follower, we need to get them the Gale for 7, the Core for 9, and then the Ham, for example, for 11. That's... Yeah, I think we still have enough time. If we're lucky and the next person we get from here is in fact a heart follower. So I guess then again maybe we can make something, do something with the nun. She's moon, knock, and grail, so nothing here, but potentially here. Potentially here, but you know, well, actually, we do have, yeah, I figured, and we do have Sacrament Asite, so that's already 10 knock with the Sacrament Asite and her 4. And then with the Shapt, that'd be 12, and then we just need... We don't have a knock tool. We could... Oh yeah, we could use the Occult Scrap as a memory. Okay. Yeah. Wait, as a free memory? Well, anyways, let's hire her, and then I guess the Gale... What could I use the Gale on for then, alternatively? We could always use it to read some Heart or Sky books. Do we have any of those currently? No, that's Grail. That's Rose. No. This looks Sky related. Okay, Mystery Sky. 12. That's, you know, quite a bit. But Putrefacitions and Exaltations, that's 6 already. With the Frost and the Gale, that's 10. And then we do have, hold on, we do have a Sky tool. What was it? This? No. This? No. I'm certain fairly certain we had, like, some sky tool. Don't remember which one it was again. But there was something, I think. I seem to recall. Oh, right, the 𝐬𝐸 lenses. I'm stupid, of course. Okay, then I think we have everything we need, right? Because... hold on. Oh wait, this is a recording. Well, I guess alternatively we could try and read that book, but maybe we can actually... hold on. Okay, we can put memories here. I guess a second sky memory? That would be an option, or alternatively, we can always just read this book. Which one was it? The Mirror of the 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐨𝐬. What do you mean? Yeah, Secrets of the House. I mean, define secrets of the house. But probably not then. Okay, so we'll sacrifice a 𝐬𝐸 lens. Okay, no, then in that case not. Hold on, do we have any two sky? I do have the Beguiling Melody. Which would... No, let's go with this. So we need, right, the skill, which was Putrefacitions and Exaltations, and then the 𝐬𝐸 lens. Sky Harmony. I can master this mystery. Enough sky to match mystery sky. Okay. Yeah. We do have quite a bit of books, quite a lot of books, so, but we have, I think, oh, hold on, just one moment. Hired, the nun's assistant. The sisters of the Triple Knot are long gone from this corner of the world, aren't they? Okay, so what does she take? Add something to enhance your effectiveness. A nun may have a particular interest in omens. Oh, okay. Okay. We're now actually... okay. We're actually... hold on. Do I have any other knock? Yeah, we have the secret threshold. Okay. Now, we have several options. Because my initial plan would be to boost her with the Sacrament Asite, and then, you know, the Occult Scrap and a Shopt. But, alternatively, we could go for the Curious Hunch, the Shopt. Alright, with the Curious Hunch that'd be 8, with the Shopt that'd be 10, and then, with the Secret Threshold that'd be 12, and then we just need, we can basically, you know, use a much less rare consumable to boost her to 14 knock. The question is, do we even have something like that? And then the second question would be, is that actually worth it, or maybe, we do have the game chips, but hold on, is that it? Which tea is this? The second, 𝐶&H second flush Assam. Right. That was... We also have quite a few of those up here. Okay. Now, the big question is, which is actually rarer? Is the Curious Hunch rarer, or the Sacrament Ascite? That's basically... Yeah, I mean, don't worry, 𝐬𝐸𝐸𝐸. I definitely... I get the feeling, but... yeah, I do... It's obviously a fine line to walk, and it's hard to tell where it is until you've crossed it. But I do think it's okay to be like, to drop like very vague hints. But you know, the more specific the hints get, the less, the more I would ask to be a bit, you know, sparing with them, or you know, ask. But, yeah, I think that's still okay, since that also doesn't narrow it down too far. But, yeah, just, okay, where was I? My brain is completely... Right, the question, which one is rarer, the Curious Hunch or the Sacrament Ascite? Well... I have a sample size of 1 for both, so... At the same time, we also don't really have that much time anymore today, so... Yeah, But then again, the Curious Hunch is only gonna last us until... It's only gonna last us until the next Numa. Yeah, but, yeah, for Ascite, we probably need, like, 15 knock, so that's not gonna be an option anytime soon. And the Curious Hunch we just got from the salon, but, I mean, that's actually, if you, 𝐬𝐸𝐸𝐸, that's actually something I would appreciate some, guidance on. Would you say the Ascite is more rare, or the Curious Hunch? Just from your personal experience. Okay. Makes sense. Okay, then we'll go with the Curious Hunch. We'll need the Secret Threshold from an Almanac of Entrances. Where are you? Almanac of... No, this is like in the Inkwell. Almanac of Entrances. Where? Ah, there we go. An Almanac of Entrances. There we go. And we'll use our... I don't know, I guess metal. Sure. Or, actually, no. Let's use some of our Ereb here. Almanac of Entrances... Lantern Radiance. Okay, that'll get us the Secret Threshold, so now we'll speak to the nun first with our 𝐶𝐸𝐻𝐿. Collaborate 𝐶𝐸𝐻𝐿. Education or beguilement. Boosts knock and forge. Eloquence and understanding. The door opens both ways, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. Okay, so the 𝐶𝐸𝐻𝐿, the Curious Hunch, that'll be 10 already. Then with the Secret Threshold, that'll be 12. And then we just need the game chips and, what was it? The second flush Assam drinks, right? Yes. Okay. And I think we still have time for all of that today. Alternatively, do we perhaps have like a... Well, never mind. Probably good to use these less valuable thingies. Right. So yeah, beside the Curious Hunch, then we won't actually expend anything useful and get our highest, most potent follower to date by the margin of 2. Because the previously highest I think we've ever gotten was 12 to get here, to the spire, and to, here, the 𝐬𝐞𝐜𝐫𝐬 Tower summit. Aha, okay. Okay. Okay, so they're like puzzle? Well, I guess I'll see. Definitely, if it's a book, well, if it's a 14 knock book, we haven't read it yet. And if we haven't read it yet, we'll definitely write it down at some point. So there's no fear there, at least. Also, have we started... Yes, we've started reading this book. Wonderful. Then, actually, yeah, hold on, let's work some more at the sweet bones. Because what else are we doing today? Not much. Moon, culmination. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it conceals. Right, the Malachite supplications. Prayers addressed to the Malachite, but the sisterhood of the triple knot. Oh, appropriate, considering we have one of them with us right now. If we should flourish not, let our enemies flourish, in that time when we are no more. That's surprisingly conciliatory. One prayer describes how a strong degree of nectar aspect can be used with Lethe, and 𝐬𝐸𝐸 writes to bring forth the last nectar of the last history, the living ink, the ink in secret. Okay, Lethe, 𝐬𝐸𝐸. We have both of those, but we don't have a strong degree of nectar aspect. So, you know, but good to know, that's interesting. Because, hold on, 𝐬𝐸𝐸. I guess we get more lessons of it here, and currently, yeah, 𝐬𝐸𝐸 doesn't have any... 𝐬𝐸𝐸 doesn't have any nectar itself, so that's... maybe we can use another skill as well. Beside 𝐬𝐸𝐸, because usually there's several skills that can get the same recipe, but maybe not. But we do have Lethe, which has just 2 nectar, and then, hold on, this gives us memory impulse, the Malachite supplications, so impulse, impulse, there we go, book. Oh, interesting. Asite supplications also get us impulse. Actually, hold on. Asite supplications. Does that? Tell us. Moon aspect can be used with 𝐬𝐸𝐸. Okay. To hatch the stones with almost any egg to hatch the stone's children, the sky's daughters, the sea's sons. So that's how we get more stimflings. But unfortunately, no, the asite supplications don't tell us how to make asite. Whatever. So yeah, 𝐬𝐸𝐸 and impulse, which... That's strange, because usually the memory kind of corresponds at least a little bit to the lessons, but not in this case. Yeah, we've documented this, so we can put it here. But luckily we do have the satisfaction, so we can actually 𝐬𝐸𝐸. Effort, I would say satisfaction, there we go. Wonderful. And then... Right, shopped. Then next up would be the occult scrap. No, wait, not the occult scrap. The curious hunch. An apposite auspice. I can offer them an omen that may provide useful guidance. This will increase their aspects. And then the secret threshold will be 14, and then the 2 food items will be 13 and 14. So, oh, right, the marrow. We should probably also put this into our pantry. Right here. And then, yeah, we don't really have time to feed, pleading tuppence here. Aw. Poor tuppence. Don't worry, I'll feed you soon enough. Ooh, oh, look at that. Lesser Bridge. Brancrock Jail, built in 1896 at the behest of the Nocturnal Branch to contain troubles unseemly and occult. A mere 6 years later, after the Ortuccio incident, the branch became itself to be considered unseemly and occult, and its functions were absorbed into the Suppression Bureau. But the jail still stands. Okay, so the Nocturnal Branch was actually... was actually a separate branch from the Suppression Bureau. By the beginning of the 20th century, an unwise librarian's enthusiasms had brought Hush House to penury. Nocturnal Branch, later the Suppression Bureau, stepped in to offer an arrangement. Hush House received funding, but submitted to yearly inspection, and also surrendered a portion of the aisle to the branch's prison. Okay, so... does that mean... from how I interpreted it, means that the Nocturnal Branch was a separate entity from the Suppression Bureau that was later consolidated and absorbed into the Suppression Bureau. Right? Well, over the gate is the Bureau's motto, Alice si licet tibi non licet, commonly rendered as, "It is permitted to us, it is not permitted to you." Well, at least they're honest about their hypocrisy, right? Okay, so, yeah, there's nothing here in the bridge. It's just, you know, a bridge leading over to the blackened yard. A ferocious heat has scorched, even melted the stones. But as at the bridge, it's only here and there. Horribly, here and there mostly seem to be where people happened to be standing. Charred, cracked bones scatter the yard. Melted stone. Okay, yeah, this was King Crucible. I don't know who else could have done this. And we need 10 Grail, 10 Heart, 10 Winter. Okay. Yeah, this is getting ominous. Kind of. But in the meanwhile, we're busy reading here, and then... oh yeah, we might also catalog some of these books today. But not before... okay, we're currently already working at Sweet Bones, so yeah, let's catalog some of these books. I mean, it's a nocturnal book, so they're very unlikely to be contaminated, but we have the metal to spare, so why not? Okay, hold on, actually. This is getting a bit precarious, since we're almost at nightfall. Alright, Lantern Radiance. Wait. Huh? Did I read the wrong book? I did. Oh god, I read the wrong... oh god. Oh, that's not good at all. Panic, panic, panic. Secret... Secret Threshold, an Almanac of Entrances. I thought I read that one, but I guess not. Okay. Damn. That's not good. That's not good at all. We're really pressed for time now. Lantern Radiance. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it. Perhaps recall my memory. What? Why is it this book again? Wait, no. Okay, so... Here, an Almanac of Entry. Okay. Knock a familiar passage. Okay. Okay. For some reason, I always think this is... I don't know why. Must be my brain being kind of funky. Okay. So, now. Quickly. We really don't have any time to waste now. Okay. We have... First of all, the game chips. Offer something to eat. And then the... what was it? The tea up here, and then quickly, lastly, the memory. No. Experiment Beyond Sight. Isle Bishop's bewildering, widely derided final film. Okay. Yeah, this is Mystery 8. Fantastic. And then... Yeah, let's just continue to use our metal, because why not? Actually... We use our... Yeah, no, let's keep using metal. Other eternal period work. Money. Core. Okay. This is gonna be a close run. But I think we can make it like just barely in time. Come on. Okay. I think if my calculations are correct, this means we have just barely enough time. But we need to slow down considerably so that the window of opportunity is... Yeah, so we don't overshoot the window of opportunity. Right, because there's 30 more seconds there. Okay, we have... 10 seconds, okay. That's not as bad as I would have feared. Honey, the comprehensive guide. Harvey Hattington, pilot, polymath, confectioner, writes with great enthusiasm about the marvelous work of the bee. We can be bees. And then the whist and this work. I mean, we don't know that yet for certain. Okay. No more time for shift at the sweet bones, but yeah, we have a window, I think, of 10 seconds after we've... Yeah, because this will give us the knock memory. Yeah, we'll have all told like window of 10 seconds before dawn comes where we can... Okay, Sky Harmony. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it contained. Damn it. Okay. Solace from the Mirror of 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐨𝐬, or however that's pronounced. Solace, there we go. Book Mirror of 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸𝐬? I don't know. And then, hold on. The Daybook and Dream Journal of Abbess 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸𝐬. 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸? Again, I don't know. Venerated as a saint and respected as an alchemist. Isn't that the one that died and then, you know, like several abbesses were like executed or something? I don't know. 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸𝐬 speaks longingly of those we would call from behind the sky. Oh yeah, isn't she also the one that let herself be possessed by that heart name? Oh. 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸𝐬 claims that the sights and sensations arts that she describes can be used to invoke the dream of a star when a sufficient sky aspect is invoked to uplift an ascendant harmony. What the hell is an ascendant? I guess that's probably something we can craft at... yeah, it's probably a melody, which is a memory we can craft probably at the music stations. And this would get us what? Can be used to invoke the dream of a star when a sufficient sky aspect is involved. So sights and sensations. Which does have sky. Okay. Get more sights and sensations. So we'll need 3 and 4 winter and sky respectively. Neither of those are going to be useful for that. So yeah, let me dream on impulse. And then, hold on. Oh, where did the... which one was this? No, it was this one, the Mirror of 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸𝐬. I don't know how that... 𝐬𝐚𝐥𝐸𝐬? I really don't know how to pronounce that. Right, so that's documented now. And then, yeah, this we can read tomorrow, since we don't have a 6th shelf anymore, because any 6 mystery books we can easily master on any day. And yeah, okay. So this... damn it. This gives us the secret threshold. Then down to the Grassens. Use the secret threshold here. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh. Damn it. Oh no. Well, there goes all of that. Ah, oh, god damn it. Okay. And, yeah, we can't use her for anything else, can we? Nope. Fantastic. You're kidding me. Okay. Nah, it's fine. I guess, yeah, we'll just have to live with it. Because I wouldn't know when to reload a save. Because, you know, I don't save regularly. Maybe I should start doing that, but... well. Well, okay. Hold on. Yeah, hold on, that was... well, it was... 10-15 minutes ago. Yeah, let me just... Hold on, let me save real quick. And then maybe that'll be too late to change anything anymore, but maybe. Hold on. Because... Well... I think at that point we've already used up the... What's it called? The memory. And all that really would be left then would be to also use the 𝐸𝐸𝐳, so kind of at that point it doesn't really matter anymore. Workstation hints. The icons at the top of the workstation window suggest relevant powers to use in recipes at that workstation. Oh. Well. Okay. Just barely saved, actually. Okay. I'll take it. Okay. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we don't have enough time for the Curious Hunch, so we'll use this. The Sacrament Asite, and then the Occult Scrap. And yeah, hold on, that's all we need, right? She's already... Wait, huh? What has she been... Huh? What has she been exalted by already that she already has? That she already has 6... Ah. You and this assistant are collaborating. Okay, so that would be... That means we've already used our 𝐸𝐸𝐳 to boost her. Okay, so yeah, we'll use the 𝐸𝐸𝐳 and then the Occult Scrap. Fine, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's the soul collaboration. That means we've given her soul, that's the 𝐸𝐸𝐳. Which makes sense, yeah. That definitely wasn't a misplay. Since, you know, otherwise we'd have to give her another memory, which we can also only get through expending a soul card, and at that point you might as well apply the soul directly. Yeah, so something nice to drink, and then the Occult Scrap. Okay, so yeah, we actually managed to save our Curious Hunch. Then this all is still ongoing, I guess, which means... Oh, we've already... Yeah, for some reason I keep getting that wrong. I don't know why. And then we're working at the Sweet Bones. Yeah, we've already made use of the Gale for the... Not this one. This one, right? Yeah. Okay. And... Wait, wasn't there like a second book we were reading, or... Am I misremembering? I guess I'm misremembering that. Right, okay, so that's open again. Right. That takes a while. Tradisma Hyra, now level 3. What's that again? Grail and Moon. Grail and Moon. And it's currently what? Level 2. So... Points in... No. Point... no. Point... Moon... So... Intuition, Salt, and Contradiction. Do we have a spare? We have a 2p. We don't have a single pence. Okay, in that case... Yeah, let's go with contradiction from the _𝐬𝐴𝐷𝐸 histories. And some other stuff. With the... hold on, what can I use here? The Whist, sure. _𝐬𝐴𝐷𝐸 histories. And then I'll need a second memory, won't I? Yes. Also need to keep one of those trysts. Second memory would be, I guess, salt from To a Pale Lady. To a Pale Lady, there we go. Desk. I guess this one. The Nectar Desk. Oh, there's also some Permeate up here, I didn't know. Now let's use health. To a Pale Lady. And that'll be all we need for the Tridesma. Yeah, this was the wrong book. Down the Grassens, 12, and then lastly the Occult Scrap. An apposite auspice. I can offer them an omen that may provide useful guidance. This will increase their aspects. Okay. And then... letters, 6p, then manual labor, and then let's catalog some of these books from the Curia period. Okay. And then, is there anything else we could do today? We do have quite a few skill cards left. We could brew some of these flowers, like the honey scar jasmine. Yeah, honestly, let's do that. Make honey scar tea, a hot drink with forge, nectar, and rose. And then let's also identify these vegetables. We need one of these trysts, but the other one... well, I guess... yeah, let's use one of them here. Identify as leeks. These are leeks. Excellent. Moon, dusk, before dusk, dawn, before dawn, stone. This has improved their aspects appropriately. And so... okay, slithering fountain, 14 knock. After all these years, the fountain in this hall is blocked. That's not a surprise. A little more surprising is this. The blockade appears to be mostly snakes, a great many snakes. This, no doubt, is where we have seen... This is, no doubt, is why we have seen so few rats. Alright, basket of leeks, the mark of St. David's triumph. And very good in soup. Cool. So, yeah. This should be done momentarily. Oh, dusk, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Experiment beyond sight. Right, the wildly derided final film. Also interesting to know then that, that means the book these turn out to be is actually predetermined, since we've reloaded the save, but the But the uncatalogued book resolved into the exact same book, which means it's actually already determined which book this is. It doesn't get determined when you start cataloging it. Interesting to know, certainly. Okay, I'm going to dream on impulse. Then we may still have enough time to advance our lesson, 𝐬𝐴. Maybe. But yeah, I mean, that kind of resolves to the same thing. That it's already determined which book these uncatalogued books are going to be. Right. We've already documented all of this. Sights and sensations. And solace, which I guess... yeah, doesn't really give us what we need here. But at least we've documented all of that already. And then... okay, here are the memories we need. For the 𝐬𝐴, right? The tryst, the salt, and the contradiction. Alternatively, could we use... no. I guess we could have used solace for sights and sensations, but too late now. Right, because sights and sensations, yeah, that's already level 3, so... I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Okay. That would be everything for today. And yeah, probably also gonna be where I call it abouts. Obviously we still have a few things to go through, but after that, oh yeah, I can still use the last bit of time here to catalog these 2 books. And then we'll have used almost all of our soul cards. And this is the last one. There we go. Let's speed this up. 𝐬𝐴 level 3. 4 moon, 3 grail. What's the highest moon we have? I think we had one other skill that also had 4 moon. Or no, wait. Ah yeah, okay, no, indeed. Or was there something with 5 moon? No, don't think so. Yeah. 4 moon is the highest, but now we have 2 skills with 4 moon. And then this... right, the Honey Scar Tea. Let's deposit that one somewhere here. The Shadowless Silk, where could I put that? Well, I guess if we're a bit more creative with our sorting here, we should be able to fit all of this onto this shelf. Come on, I know you can... oh, come on, I know you can fit there. Ugh. Why do they... some of these margins need to be retooled, I feel. Because, like, that's a strangely giant gap to leave. I mean, I guess it's because... probably because this fans out so wide at the top. But I think it probably makes more sense for the hitbox of an item on a shelf to be determined by its base and not so much its top. If that makes any sense. Can I put this down here? Oh, I can. Okay, nice. Okay. And then one last bit of metal. I guess I could try and... okay. basket of vegetables can only be consumed, unlike the sack of vegetables, which can be identified. Interesting. But okay. The new room. Narthex. If you were a pilgrim to the Abbey of the White Crow, you'd purify yourself here. You didn't want to track profane Dumnonian mud or alien mare Britannicum salt into the holy precincts, or unclean thoughts, especially not unclean thoughts. The priestesses here were a little more merciful than the hours they served, but only a little. Some Eva's locks, a pale rack washed up on the beach by Brankrock. Some Atlantic amber, a widow's candle, a Aglafotis scented candle, and is that really everything here? Well, I'll let you be the judge of that. But, okay, really? With a 14 knock place, I would have kind of expected at least some kind of workstation, but I guess not. We do have... Oh, hold on. We do have another Viper egg. Really now? Okay. And some sea glass. Well, okay, I mean, a Viper egg. I'll take it. I'll take it. And then the abandoned church. This is a holy place of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. The hours they worshipped are not worshipped now, but those hours are not dead, nor even sleeping. I should not enter this place without pouring out sufficient offering. A liquid of 4 of some of these. Lethe. Oh. Well, I guess I could use Lethe. That's probably... Yeah, it's probably as cheap as I can get. So yeah, let's use Lethe here. And then, yeah, nothing else remains to be done today. Daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. This is, right, Honey the Comprehensive Guide, and Opening the Sky, an unusual recording of Verno's Opening the Sky composed for the coronation of the new king, Henry IX. The record bears the suppression stamp expunge. This is Mystery 8, this is Mystery 12, what was this? Mystery 10, so... here? Yes, and also... where did we have more Mystery 10 works? Ah, here, not here. Yes, also here. Okay, we have a lot of Mystery 10 works that still need to... Guess we'll put this here for now. Right, and then yeah, let's have the fleeting reminiscence of those two. We're unlocking this. Okay, I'm not gonna do much of this day, but I am going to check what the new room is. As well as, while we're at it, we may as well, I think... Well, what is this? Storm, thunder roaring, lightning lashed skies. 4 heart, 4 sky, that's powerful. Perfect to get into the blackened yard, for example. With Mrs. Killer, core, that's 4 already. Then the ham, that's so Mrs. Killer core, that's 3. The ham, that's 5. The storm, that's 9, and then we just need to find some kind of heart drink. Like, pretty sure Schloss Jannings. Yeah, okay. So let's actually pour out a glass of 𝐒𝐚𝐸𝐲𝐸. And yeah, let's get to recruiting Mrs. Killer. Okay, we just have barely enough to hire her. Luckily. So yeah, let's get some more currency under our belt. Then for 6 nectar, we need health, and then what's our best source of nectar? I guess. Oh, okay. Drums and dances with health, and then the knife that's already more than enough. And we do finally have our nectar desk here, so that's 5, and with the knife we'll get to 6. Yes, we did a bit of an oopsie, and so we had to reload the save because well, I didn't miscalculate. I forgot the fact that during nighttime you can no longer talk to your followers. So I botched it the first time around with the timing on the nun. Because, yeah, we would have had like 10 seconds to spare to get her to open the thing, but it was nighttime by then, so obviously we couldn't do it, so we reloaded the save. And so now we've used the asite instead of the curious hunch, because otherwise there wouldn't have been enough time. But, you know, at least we saved the curious hunch, and we're through here now. Okay, so now we've started reading that thing. We're recruiting Mrs. Killer, we're serving a glass of 𝐒𝐚𝐸𝐲𝐸. We should probably put this down here somewhere. The basket of leeks. Can we put this here? Probably if we... Oh, that was 2 pieces of sugar. Great. Maybe here? Seriously? It's... That's kind of the frustrating thing, because this has such a strange, like, oblong shape. It takes up an unreasonable amount of space in the thingy. Okay, hold on. I put this here, the string here, the chair in here. Should be able to just barely squeeze that bit of butter up here. I guess not, but I can squeeze it on the other side of this. I guess I can't. Hold on. Why do you... Okay, there we go. And then, ooh, okay, this thing is big. I should quickly make use of this by making soup. Yeah, I mean, like, pretty much most stuff, most resources in this game are renewable, right? At least I don't think I've come across anything you really can't get more, can't replace. Like, I guess... maybe like the cat and the dog, obviously, but not like resources, because, you know, it's just, some are very hard to craft. Yeah, maybe we should actually... Do we need to chop it up? Oh, right, the knife is currently in use. Maybe with spices and savors? No. Okay, then I guess I'll figure that out some other time. A true, good point. Yeah, okay, I guess we have some space there, which... can we fit plums here? Maybe. Maybe. A lot of... Very careful maneuvering. Oh god, these are probably also gigantic. Oh, and that was more than one cut of beef. Well, I guess they'll have to stay in our inventory a bit longer. That's fine. Okay, but really all we wanted to do today is get a few things started while we unlock this. Next thing would also be the sights and sensations, so obviously we don't want to use Storm for that. Sky. Solace. Notes on bindings would be a good source of solace. There we go. Notes on bindings. Superfet. No, that's the wrong book. There we go. Heart Unceasing, and then what else? We need 3, so that's 1 sky memory, and then a second one would be the Cheerful Ditty from the Instruments of the Heart. Right, we have 2 of those now. 3 of those now. Instruments of the Heart. So that's 2. We need 1 more. Like the beguiling melody from the Lake Fuji recordings. Right? Yeah. Fantastic. There we go. Ah, come on. There we are. There's his phonograph. Then what soul cards can I use here? The Tryst. Heart Unceasing. There we go. Oh yeah, that's true. We have to speak quite a bit with Mrs. Killer today, but while she's still being recruited, we can... Yeah. Do we still have any honey here, or is all our honey now consigned to the honey shelf? I think we just have the honey shelf. There we go. Oh, right, and of course, a soul card. Or why not? There we go. So there's, the Schloss Jannings glass. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, right, we only need 1 heart. Then... Oh! It's spring! The world warms. Current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brankrock? What visitors will the season bring? So this will probably draw a new incident now. Oh, and our yearly stipend is here. Nice. Okay, but that'll be... all of that will be something we have to think about next time. All I want to do today is... Okay, so we have an iron spintria and 1 pound note. So yeah, we have 3 pounds now, 2 gold spintri, that's nice. Midwife's assistance, okay. And we of course have to wait a bit until Tuppence is fed. Until we can boost Mrs. Killer. Okay. And otherwise... is there anything I want to start? Guess I could... hold on. This is also winter, so I could start getting some winter memories. Winter, like regret or hindsight. So the Fallen Cross would be winter, regret. Fallen Cross, there we go. Here with, I guess, our Faust. The Fallen Cross. And then hindsight. That would be the hissing key, which is... Oh, are we already using that right now? Hindsight from the hissing key, that's winter and scale. Because usually should be here, and it's not, so... Was it? Oh no, this is it, okay. Yeah, so, but that really does mean it's very much due sooner or later. So yeah, I guess we should probably make use of this curious hunch, before long. I guess if Numa ever rolls around, we can just use it to, read one of these really advanced knock books. Like, for example, hold on. This one's... Oh no, wait, this is Rose, not Knock. Hold on. Do we have any... Oh, right, the Mirror of Melange, that one's catalogued, so we need to put this here. This is Mystery Sky, Mystery Rose. God, these... That's also a problem with the new aspects. It makes the game really quite hostile to colorblind people. Because these colors are so similar, damn. Sky, okay, okay, this is Rose. Is this Knock? No, okay, this is Knock. These... The gradient between Sky, Knock, and Rose is so slight, oh my god. So this is written in VAC, which already... well... So VAC already gives us, what? 2 Knock, then the Shapt would give us 4, the Edict Sliminal would give us 6, so that's... Okay, that's 12 already. So that would actually get us to 14, not 12. So... No, wait. This one. Okay, do we have a 14... Oh yeah, we have this one written in Fuchin. Deaths and their evasions. But Fuchin is only 1 Knock. Well, I guess we can just, you know, add another soul card then. Okay. So, if Numa comes before we found another use for the Curious Hunch, that'll be what we use it on. No, this one. Yeah, this one. Deaths and their evasions. Should probably... Hold on, is... Yeah, I should probably put this down here then so I can find it easier. If the need should ever arise. Okay, okay. And then... Right. So that was the first winter, the second one was the Fallen Cross, right? Then... I think we're already getting all Sky. Solace we're getting, Beguiling Memory we're getting, and Cheerful Ditty I think we're also getting, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay. So that's everything we can do there for now. Yeah, so I think we'll just kind of get uneasy with letting this much time pass without committing more of our stuff. Ah, well, hold on, it's spring now, which means we can gather again. Could you... How good were our chances to get stuff here in spring? I don't... Gather in spring. Honey or beeswax, if I'm careful. Okay, so yeah, we can actually do this. And then we can get more vegetables, we can get all sorts of stuff now that it's winter again. Spring again, I should say. This is summer. Moth orchids in spring. Because that one actually doesn't, there is like a special skill you can use there, but it's not any of these. Hold on. Let me look at the tile again. It was... Okay, it doesn't show right now, but there is like a special skill you can use here, but it's not one of the ones I already have. At least I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'll have to recheck. Yeah, I think. For some reason it was another one. Because I already remember that weirdness. Okay, wow, look at that. Our Lady Beneath. Who is Our Lady? The Red Grail which gives life, which takes life, which is not sated? The horned axe, who bears two blades, who waits at the threshold, who sunders that which would not be joined? The ring yew, who is succulent, who is renewed, who encompasseth? Or a fourth, who is always signified, but never named? A librarian might phrase the question differently. Who was first? Okay, what is this? Aspect of the Malachite. Melissa, Queen and Palace. This is fixed in place. Okay. Is that... But can I use this for anything then? Probably not. This is just for lore purposes then, probably. One of the kinder aspects of the Malachite. Melissa, both Queen and Palace, who feeds all comers, whose body is the house in which her children dwell. Melissa was not always a name of the Malachite. She may have been a name of another hour. She may even have begun among the Carapace Cross, before she chose eternity over history. Okay, hold on, that's interesting because it starts off saying one of the kinder aspects of the Malachite, but then it goes on to describe a name of the Malachite, which I think that's the first time I've encountered the idea that the names of an hour become like aspects of them, almost like a part of them, because usually names are considered pretty separate entities, but not in this case, I guess. Okay, so here's an altar of the knot, another, temple. History is woven, another shrine, I should say. History is woven, a knot is a testament. Moth, moon, and heart. No rose, surprisingly. Despite, history references. A lot of honey here. Then here, the horned axe. Aspect of the axe. Xenodice half-faced. One of the more enigmatic aspects of the horned axe. Xenodice half-faced, who welcomes or slays strangers at the threshold. Xenodice is sister sometimes to owl and cat, sometimes to bull and butterfly, sometimes to dove and serpent. This hybrid nature suggests a link between the pre-human Carapace Cross, but that's not so surprising in a name of the axe. With the pre-human Carapace Cross, but that's not so surprising with the name of the axe. Okay, so another name which is considered an aspect of the hour which she serves, also suspected to be a Carapace Cross. A theme is certainly beginning to emerge here. And we have more shears of the Sisterhood. Black iron shears marked with the Sisterhood's triple knot. I think these are different shears from... I'm pretty sure these are different shears from these ones, but they have the same one moth aspect. Oh no, these are also shears of the Sisterhood. Well, I mean, good to have, I guess. Quartz chunk, ice, rock, winking light, a moth orchid scented candle, gervinite, an alloy equivalent in some respects to the clockmaker's invar, but instead of a constant weight, it retains the same origin in every history. And then aspects of the Grail. 𝐬𝐴, the Queen Unsated, one of the crueler aspects of the Red Grail. 𝐬𝐴, the Queen Unsated, devouring mother, sister lover of Antaios. One tradition has it that 𝐬𝐴 took animal form so that she could satisfy her craving to devour her own children and go unpunished. Another that the animal form was the punishment for her incest. The Grail has often been tolerant of contradictions. Perhaps her part in the intercalcate really was, after all, a long and subtle move to undermine eternity. Or perhaps she is just not to be trusted. So this one's a bit different from the others because this one doesn't have any reference to the Carapace cross, but still it talks about 𝐬𝐴 like it's a separate entity from the... Yeah, probably. But actually, well, I don't actually remember how... Does the crime of the sky also apply? I guess it probably makes sense that Antaios probably then is also... Yeah, I mean, why else would she want to devour her children? Obviously, yeah, okay. That makes sense. But, okay, the animal form punishment for incest, not for the devouring of her own children. So, it's implied here that she managed to avoid the crime of the sky, or, well, she avoided getting punished for the crime of the sky by turning into an animal form. Huh. Human hair. Of interest to wig makers, cushion stuffers, and crude sorcerers. Ambergris chunk, never never call it whale vomit. And another mortal in pestle. Okay. Is there anything else here? No. I guess the lignum vitae blank here. Oh, and some beeswax. Look at that. Right, we've already... Also interesting that there's a strand of human hair here, a lock, and there's a shear here. It, you know, seems kind of connected. I don't know. But wait, when did the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot control Brankrug? This was the Dawn period. Sometimes... Oh, okay. Foundation here, sometimes called the Abbey of the Black Dove, sometimes called the Abbey of the White Crow, but the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot first built their temples here much earlier than that. Okay, so... And then this was the Church of the Unconquered Sun, which is, yeah, the Solar Gothic period. So that was St. Brandon's. Okay, so Sisterhood of the Knot, the Unconquered Church, the Barons de Wolf, then the Curia of the Isle, and then the Nocturnal Branch and the Suppression Bureau. That's our current timeline. So yeah, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot actually was here first. Okay, we've unlocked some new stuff here. Riddling Stare. Half seen faces, mouth half heard riddles. This is none of Van Loren's work. These defenses are much older than the Curia. But the Curia found a way to answer these riddles, and so will we. Ah, okay. Yeah, probably put in place here by the Sisterhood. And then the Wing-Haunted Cave. A drunken whirl of bats drives me back, perhaps literally drunken. There's a faint but definite brandy smell. Oh, okay, that's odd. Sure. Okay. We have much to do tomorrow. Or I guess today in-game and tomorrow, literally speaking, since tomorrow is Monday and I'll be streaming there again. But yeah, current affairs, the storm to get, here into the Blackened Yard, into the jail proper. And then a whole helping of other stuff. But yes, as I said, that's going to have to wait until next time. Black Dove, White Crow. Oh, I guess. Not enough time to read that. But yes, let me lastly check. Is there anyone we might raid? Not seeing anything, though I guess we might check the... Maybe someone's playing... I think I do see someone playing Cultist Simulator right now. I think there's 5 viewers in the category Book of Hours, and I think that's us. So, yeah, hold on, let me actually... Why not? Us adepts, we should lend each other a hand, after all. Molonara. Okay. So... hold on. Let me copy that name. Molonara. How do I get back to my own stream? There we go. Okay. Please be muted. Okay. So slash... Nope. That's not the right thing. Slash raid, and then... Molonara. Okay. Molonara. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine who would do that at such an hour? I guess literally hour, but yes, the time has come once again for us to acknowledge an ending. It has been my pleasure to be your host tonight. I'll see you tomorrow again, sooner than usual. If you enjoyed tonight's broadcast, be sure to perform those rituals of algorithmic appeasement, and be sure to check out, if you want to stay informed on future broadcasts and artworks by yours truly, to join the Lighthouse, our new Discord server. In the meantime, safe travels, and have a nice night.